Hey, what's up guys? Welcome back to another video. In this video, we're going to be adding a backend to our e-commerce analytics dashboard. We'll be using tools like Prisma, NeonDB, Auth.js, Zod, React Hook Form, and much more.
Nice.
Okay, so now we have a login form and we also have a sign up form as well. So let's try to log in without putting anything in. We got a nice form validation and I'm going to sign up. I'm going to try to sign in with the email that's already inside of our database with the wrong password. As you can see, it says email and password is incorrect. And I'm going to do an email that's not inside of our database. And we also get an error saying that email is not found. So let's actually create an account. And my username is going to be Antonio. I'm going to use the email that's already in a database. Click on register. It says email is already in use. So let's use one that's not inside of the database. Our password must be 8 characters long. And click on register. And as you can see, we get pushed to this page. It says, thanks for your registration. You will be notified by email once your account is ready. Please allow 2 to 3 business days for a response. So let's go back to registration and let's actually try to sign in to this account. So we haven't got approved by admin yet. But let's just try to sign in and see what happens. So it says must get approved by admin to log in. So let's actually log in with the admin account. So I believe this account here is an admin account. Click on login. And as you can see, we're at our dashboard. So we can go ahead over to team. And we got that pinned in member here. We can either decline that pinned member or we can approve it. So I say we approve the member. And as you can see, Antonio has been approved. And if you remember, it said that once we get approved, we'll receive a confirmation email. So let's go check our email. Okay, so I got the email. It says your Next.js dashboard account has been approved. Hey, Antonio, your account has been approved. Please log in here. So before I click that link, I actually want to sign out of my admin account. And before we actually do that, we can actually turn different users to admin, and you're only allowed to do that if you are admin. So if I wanted to, I can make this user admin if I wanted to, but I don't want to yet. So let's actually sign out, and it should push us back to the login page. And now we can click on this and sign in with our approved account. Let me close out of that. Sign in with the email. Click login, and now we are pushed to the onboarding process. And here is where we provide a location and also an image. And we're using upload thing to manage all of our images. So I'm just going to go ahead and drag over an image now. Drag over an image of Guilfoyle, upload, and also type in my location. As you can see, the button is disabled while the image is uploading. So I got my image, and now I can click on go to dashboard. So now I'm currently signed in with that new user. So if I go into team, as you can see, we got my admin user there and we got the new user that I just signed up with. So if I wanted to edit this admin user here, I get an error message saying that you must be an admin to edit this team member. And same if we wanted to delete it as well. So you must be an admin to edit and delete team members. And you also must be an admin to approve pending members as well. So since we're not an admin, what we could do is we can add and delete customers. We can also create orders and delete orders. We can create products, edit products, and delete products as well. Let's hit on the customers. As you can see, I've got some random customers here. Click on add new customer, choose file, and then click on, I'm just going to choose a random image there. Same image we used for a previous customer. For the name, click on Antonio. For the orders, I'm going to do 1, 2, 3, and then click add customer. As you can see, it says customer has been created. So I can delete this customer if I wanted to, and it's deleted. And I can also filter by name. So look for Guilfoyle. I spelled that wrong. And this also has pagination as well. We added all of that in the previous video. So once it hits 10 customers, that's when the next 10 will go on the next page. So we got orders as well, and here we can also add a new order if we wanted to. We can also view order details and delete order. So view order details there. And then we can also delete order as well, but we don't want to delete none right now. And this also has pagination. So we head over to products, we can actually add a new product. Let's add one right quick. Head down, I'm gonna find a picture of a shirt. Product name is just going to be black shirt. Revenue, do $10. Actually, let's do 1,000. And price, $10. Click on add product, and there we go. Black shirt has been added. And we can also edit this if we want to. So we can change the picture, change the name, change the revenue, and also change the price. And we can also delete this as well. And if we head over to our home page, as you can see, we got no products now. And then under customers, we just got these 2 random customers. So in a previous project, we used this mock data API to create users for our top customers. So now our top customers are getting fetched from our Neon database and also our products as well. So I think it is time to actually get started on this project. So let's go, guys. Okay, so we're going to start off with our authentication. So head over to auth.js.dev and we're going to click on get started. Click on Next.js and let's go ahead and copy over this and head back over to our project and paste that in there. So this is installing NextAuth at beta. And next we are going to generate us an auth secret. So let's go ahead and copy this code. And this should make us a .env.local file that contains our auth secret. Okay. And the next step, number 3, we're actually going to skip this step because, well, we're going to skip the first part. So step number 3, part 1. We're going to skip this step because once we add our Prisma adapter, we're actually going to copy over another one, which is a little bit different than this one. So we're actually going to go to step number 3, part 2, and we're going to make this route handler under in our app folder. So it says we have to create app API/auth and then spread operator, next auth, and then make a route.ts and then copy this over. So app, I'm not sure if I should separate the auth. I say we do that. So let's do parentheses and we should do auth like that. And then in here, we're going to make what it says, API auth. And here we're going to make an API folder, API, and then we're going to create another folder, auth, and then create another folder. I'm going to do brackets, spread operator, next auth. And then in here is where our route's going to be. So we're going to do a route.ts. Oh, not a folder. Oh man, I messed that up. Let me delete that. Move the trash. And we're going to make a route.ts. All right, perfect. And hopefully I'm zoomed in enough so you guys can see my folders. I'm going to zoom in just a little bit more. All right, so we got auth, API, auth, next auth, and then a route.ts. All right, let's make sure. So we got API auth, next auth, route.ts. Perfect. So we can copy this over and just paste that in there. And we are getting an error for some reason. Handler auth cannot find. Oh, that's because we didn't make our, okay. So we're gonna get an error now because we didn't make this inside of this auth.ts yet. I said we're gonna hold off a bit on it. So just ignore that now. Actually, we could just make it right quick just so that error can just go away. So as you can see on the Auth.js website, well, we're gonna have our auth.ts inside of a server folder. So we're gonna make a folder and it's gonna do server. All right. And then in here, we're gonna make a file. It's gonna be called auth.ts. All right. And what we can do for now, we could just copy this over. Let's copy it over. All right. And then head back over to our route. And we just got to change this to server/auth. And that should get rid of that. All right. So we can actually close out of this. We shouldn't have to go in there anymore. But we are going to change this up, like I said, once we add our Prisma adapter. Okay, so from this page, we're actually going to look over to the left and click on adapters. And then underneath there, we're going to look for Prisma. And here we can actually install Prisma, Prisma client, and also the Prisma adapter. So we got a 3-for-1 here. So copy that, and we're going to head over to our terminal and paste it inside the terminal. Already installed this. I forgot to click record. So yeah, just go ahead and copy this over and paste this in there. And then you'll be all caught up. And then scrolling down, this is the Auth.js file that I was talking about. That's going to be a little bit different from the one that we already got. So let's go ahead and copy this over. And we're going to paste this in there. Okay. We are going to change this up a little bit as well. Okay. And I believe that should be it. Actually, let's stay on this page because I'm actually going to copy over this schema. So now that we have Prisma installed, we can actually run a command to generate us a Prisma schema. So open up your terminal and let me clear this. And we're going to type in a command. It's going to be called npx prisma init. Okay. And this should generate us a schema. So it creates a Prisma folder and also a schema. And it also created us a .env file as well with the little fake database URL. But we are going to be using this, but we're going to have our actual database URL in there. So I'll always get rid of these comments, clean it up a bit. And so under our schema, let's get rid of these comments as well. All right. So as you can see, we don't have anything for our schema. So we can actually copy over this one here. For now, we're going to change it up. Yeah, let's just copy over this one. Copy over all of this. And we don't need to copy over the last part, the optional part. Let's just copy this. Select all and paste. All right. So it looks like we got an error. That's because we got this authenticator there. We don't need that. All right. Get rid of that. Clean this up a bit. Okay, perfect. All right. So now that we have our Prisma schema, if you look under our auth, as you can see, we are calling this Prisma client. So we don't want to do this throughout our project because we're going to get a bunch of errors and it can cause a bunch of issues. So we're actually going to create a DB file inside of our server. So that way we can just call Prisma client once. So we're going to do a db.ts. And I'm actually just going to copy this over. We do this every time we use Prisma. So this is basically just allowing us to call Prisma client one time instead of calling it throughout our whole entire project. Because every time we want to do anything with Prisma, we would have to do the same thing that they did inside of here. Cons Prisma, new Prisma client. And if we keep doing that, it can cause a bunch of issues. So we don't want to do that. So we're actually going to get rid of that. And now that we have this one Prisma client in here, we actually can install it here. Import it here. So we're going to import DB from DB. And our Prisma adapter, instead of Prisma here, we can just do DB. All right. Perfect. And I don't think we need this Prisma client import here. So let's get rid of that. Nice. Okay, so now it's time to connect our database with Next.js and Prisma. So head over to NeonDB. So you can search it up on Google, and the website is called neon.tech. So click on that. And if you don't already have an account, just create one. Once you create one or sign in, you're going to be presented with this page. And here we can name our project. I'm just going to do Nexa dash. And for the database name, I'm just going to do Nexa dash. All right. And none of the region, none of that matters. Just click on create. And once it gets created, we get this URL here, but we don't even need to we can just click on dashboard actually. And here we have our database URL. This is what we need here. So I'm gonna actually click on show password. I'm gonna change this. This is one thing that you really want to hide. So make sure you don't upload this to GitHub. So under .env, we can actually paste this in there. And now we have our database URL. And if you don't want this to be pushed to GitHub, all you have to do is head over to the .gitignore and just do .env. It's probably already on here, should be, right? Yeah, they got .env.local. But yeah, and just give that a save. And now once we push it up to GitHub, they shouldn't be there. All right. And I already know I might forget to change that. Every time I do a project, I always get somebody using my database URL and I go check it and just filled with a bunch of random stuff. So hopefully I don't forget to change it this time. All right, so now that we have our database connected, we got Prisma installed, and we also have Next.js installed, we can actually run a command in our terminal. We're gonna do npx Prisma db push. All right. So now I give that a second, and we are getting an error. It says Next.js does not exist. All right, so I think I found the issue, guys. I think it was because I added a space whenever I named my database. So I logged into one of my other accounts where I was creating an e-commerce website with it, and this one worked fine. So what I did, I just copied over the database URL. You don't got to click on pooled connection, and I pasted it here. Okay, and give that a save. And now we can run the command npx Prisma db push, and this one worked fine for some reason. All right, and it says there might be data loss, and that's because I have other tables in here from my other project. So I mean, I'm just gonna click on yes, and now what that did, your database is now in sync with the Prisma schema. So let's go check tables. And now we got our Prisma schema in here. So we got our account, our session, user, and verification token. And if you look under our schema, that's exactly what we got. We got our user, account, our model session, and also our model verification token. All right, so now let's actually update our schema a little bit. We're going to update the user for now. We will be taking in a name. We will be taking an email. We don't need email verified, so let's get rid of that. So we got image. We will be taking in an image, but for our image, we're actually gonna have a default. So we're gonna have an @default, and the default is just going to be a string that just says no image. And once we get to our register form and onboarding form, this part of makes sense. All right, and then we're gonna also add two more. We're gonna add is approved, and this is going to be a boolean, and we're also gonna add it at default as well. So by default, we just want it to be false. All right, give that a save. And then next we're gonna add is admin, which is also going to be a boolean, and the default for that one as well is going to be false. All right. So we can keep accounts, we can keep a session, we can keep created that, and also update it at. Let's add location as well. Location, which is a string, and at default we're gonna do to no location. No location. All right, perfect. So now we go check. So we got ID, name, email verified. So we don't got our is approved or nothing yet. So let's go ahead and push this up to the database. So same thing, npx Prisma DB push. All right. And now we can refresh this and we should have those columns inside of our user model. We got ID, email. Let me zoom in a little bit. You guys can see we got email, image created, that is admin, is approved, location, perfect. So just like that, guys, it's that easy to add a database, Next.js, and Prisma. So now I say we go ahead and start our actual authentication. Okay, so we're gonna have 3 pages we're gonna create inside of our auth folder. So we're gonna have an onboarding form, which is gonna be a separate route. We're gonna have a register form, which is also gonna be in a separate route, and our login form. So let's go ahead and close out all of this stuff. And under app, inside of our auth folder, we're going to create another folder. Let's just do login first. And I'm going to do a page.tsx. And for now, we can just export it. Let's keep it like this. So just do login like that. And next one we're going to do is onboarding. So we're going to create another folder inside of our auth, onboarding, and make a page, .tsx, export that, and just change this to onboarding. All right. And while we're doing this, we're going to start our server, npm run dev. And since I'm using a new browser here, I'm actually just going to copy this. So have it over, paste that in there, let that load up. All right. And now we're going to create our register page. So register, and do our page.tsx. Give this an export. I'll register. All right, perfect. And our charts isn't showing. I'm not sure why. Let's give that another refresh. All right, there we go. Our beautiful dashboard. Okay, so let's make sure our routes is working. So we're gonna have our login form. It's should be login. So we got login there. We're gonna have onboarding. Nice. And now we're gonna have our register as well. Okay, so before we start our login form and our onboarding form and our register form, there's a few packages we're gonna install first. The first one we're gonna install is Zod. Oh, what? Not that. Zod. So if you guys don't know what Zod is, it is a TypeScript first schema validation. It says it right there. But basically this is going to allow us to define and validate data schemas. That way it's going to ensure that our data, it meets like a certain criteria before it processes it. It's really amazing tool here. So let's head over to our project, and I'm going to make another window there. And we just do an npm I Zod. All right, perfect. All right, and the next one we're going to use is React Hook Form. All right, and this is basically just a library that manages forms. It's going to handle form state, validation, submission, and it works really well with Zod. So let's head over here, click on Get Started, and copy over this, paste that in there. All right, and the next thing we're going to install is a React Hook Form Resolvers. I believe that's what it's called, React Hook Form Resolvers. So this is basically just going to help bridge the gap between like our form schema validation from Zod and React hook form, so it works well. So let's scroll down here, copy that, and paste that. So npm install at hook form / resolvers. I'm gonna have like the text pop up on the screen so you guys can see everything. All right, and the next one is going to be next safe action. All right, and this is basically so we can just handle our server side actions. So it's TypeScript type safe server actions in Next.js. So click on get started. Let's copy this, paste that in there, and we need to make a safe action.ts inside of our lib folder. Let's go ahead and do that now. So safe action.ts, and let's copy over this. And down here, we don't need to do that. So now I think it's actually time to start our like our forms. We're gonna do our register form first. So now that we have Zod installed, we got our next safe action, and we also have React hook form. So we can go ahead and get started on the register form first. Before we do that, actually, we're gonna create our two schemas. We're gonna create a register schema and a login schema as well. So let's go ahead and do that now. So inside of our root, we're gonna make a folder. It should be called types. All right, and this is, we're gonna hold all of our schemas. So the first one we're gonna do is login schema. We're gonna do login schema.ts. All right, and we're gonna import. We can import Z from Zod, or we can do the little star. Actually, we could just do Z from Zod. I think that should work. Import Z from Zod. You might not get an auto import for doing this, right? And then we're going to do an export const login schema. And this is going to be equal to, so if you type in Z and type in dot, you get access to a bunch of autocompletes. So we're looking for object, do parentheses, brackets, and now we can start defining our schema. So for our login, we're just gonna have an email and a password. So we're gonna have email, and that's going to be a z.string. And since it's an email, you can also do a .email like that. So this is how Zod works. And inside of this parentheses, we're actually gonna have a bracket, because now we can actually validate our form also while we're defining our types. So as you can see, we got email, which is a string, but we can also add a message in here in case we get an error. So it's gonna be form validation built in as well. So that's why I really like Zod. So it's gonna be a message, and it's gonna be email is required. All right. So now next one is going to be password. And this is going to be a z.string as well. And we can also set a min on the password. So z.string. We can do a .min and do parentheses, and we can specify what like how long we want the password to be. I personally think it should be over 3 characters. So actually probably like 4. And then we're gonna do a comma, brackets, and we're gonna do a message. And the message is going to be password is required. All right, perfect. So that is our login schema completed. So now let's go ahead and do our our register schema. So in types, create another file, register.schema.ts. And same thing, we can actually probably just copy all of this here, make it a little bit easier. And so we're gonna have a z dot, just change this to register schema. And same thing, z dot object, and we'll have an email, which is a string. We could have a message there as well. For the password, password can be that. The min for this could be 4 as well. And actually, yeah, let's do like 8. Yeah, let's switch this to 8, guys. Min is going to be 8. 8 like that. All right, and then register schema. So for the password, the message, instead of password is required, let's do password must be at least 8 characters long. All right, that's the message for that one. And then we get the comma there, and we're also going to take in a name as well for our register. It's going to be a z dot string, and we also going to do a dot min for this as well, so nobody can just put the letter A for their name. So the min, we could just do like 2, just in case your name's like, I don't know, a 3-letter name. I can't think of one. Message. The message for this one's going to be, please add a name with at least 4 characters. All right. Okay, so we got our register string, our register schema, and we got our login schema. Let's just go over this right quick. So login, we are taking in a email password, and we also got our form validation here as well. And then for our register schema, we also gonna be taking an email password and a name as well. The name has to be minimum 2 characters or higher. Password gotta be 8 characters long, and then email is required as well. All right, perfect. Okay, so now let's go ahead, head over to our components, and inside of authenticate, we're gonna create a register form component. We're gonna do register -form .tsx. All right, and we can export default function register form for now, and then we just return a div that just says form like that. All right, so let's head over to our app auth register page, and let's go ahead and import this here. Do something like, just do a div and just do register form like that for now. So as you can see, it switched over to form. So I don't know if you guys noticed this, but our sidebar and our nav bar is on our register page. So we don't want that. So we're actually going to head over to where is it? Components, navigation. Let's do the sidebar first. So in the first part, we made this hook, this custom hook called use route check. And what this does is just basically it checks whatever route we're on. That way we can render things out conditionally. So for example, since we're on a register page, we don't want this sidebar here, so we can use this use route check hook and render it out conditionally. So let's head over to sidebar, and let's go ahead and import that here. Let me open it up here. All right, so import use route check, and we could also import use state as well. Just going to import, actually use effect as well, because we're going to need that, and I want to show you why here in a second. So we got our use menu store. I haven't been in this file in a while. It's kind of looking weird. So let's go ahead and define our routes like we did in the first episode. So I wonder, where did we do it in the first episode? I forgot. I know we did it. Let's see where we did it at. Mode, not in there. Menu toggle. Oh, I remember. We did it inside of the dashboard for top products, I believe. Or maybe it was in our data table, because I remember we rendered out the action buttons and the pagination for our data table. So I think it's inside a UI data table. And yeah, this is where we used it at. So it's going to be similar, very similar to the way we used it in here. We defined our routes. So this is the dashboard route, which is our home page, customer route, orders route, and products route. So let's head over to the sidebar. And let's go do that now. And I'm actually going to copy this, because like I said, it's the same exact thing we did in there. Let's paste that in there. So we got our login route. Let me just expand this a little bit. Maybe it'll make it look better. So we got our login route, which is use route check and then send it over login. Register route, which is register. And then our onboarding route. So we haven't created, actually we did create these two routes. We created all three of these routes already. So we could do something like this. We could do a cons login route, and then we could do a use route check. Actually, no, let's not do it like that. We could do something like if login route or register route. We could just return like that. All right. So if we do that, let's give this a refresh. As you can see, it's like a little bug. It took me a while to figure this out. So if we refresh, you can see it shows the sidebar like as soon as you refresh, just for a split second. And that, I don't think that's really good user experience there, to just see the sidebar and it just disappears. So to actually fix that, what we're going to use is use effect. So let's comment this out. All right. And we're actually going to do a use effect. All right. And then we're going to do if not login route. All right. And we're going to do and if it's not our register route. And if it's not our onboarding route. All right. So all we're gonna do is loading to false. So we didn't make this state yet, so we actually got to import use state as well. So set loading to false. All right. And then since we're using use effect, we got to make sure we do our dependency array. So we're gonna look for any changes in our login route, in our register route, and also our onboarding route. All right. So let's go ahead and import use state as well from React, use state. And now we got to make sure we set our state. So up here, we can do a cons loading, and then set is loading. And then this can equal to use state. And by default, it will be true. All right. So set is loading to false. Okay. So with that, we can actually make another if check here. Let's see if we still get that little. As you can see, we still see it there. So here is the trick. Now we're gonna do another if. So we're gonna do if loading or login route or our register route or our onboarding route. What we're going to do is return null. Okay. So now with that, hopefully when we refresh, we don't see it, which is perfect. Okay, so now we have to do that for our nav bar as well. So we can actually copy all of this here, even the state as well. Head over to our nav bar, and we can just paste that in here. All right, and we're gonna need to import some things. So we gotta import use effect, and also use state. And also we forgot to copy over our use route check as well. Let's copy that. And we can paste that right there. And then import use route check like that. Give that a save. We shouldn't have any errors. Since we gotta make this a client component, which is totally fine. Use client. All right, give that a refresh, and now we should have just our form. Perfect. Give it a refresh. We don't see that little bug where it just blinks for a second and then disappears. Nice. All right, so now that is complete, we can actually start our form, but we gotta install some things from shadcn. So let's head over to shadcn right quick. And we're going to be installing form. I'm not sure if we already did that. So we do have input already. So let's go ahead and just get form. Go ahead down to form. And copy this over. npm. Paste that in there. And step number 2 is use that. We don't need to do any of that stuff yet. Just want to make sure we got everything. All right, perfect. And this is installing everything. We'll give that a second. Okay, so now we can head over to our form, our register form, and we can start styling this up and getting this all set up. So this is going to be a huge component, probably about, I want to say 200 lines of code or something close to that. So, but luckily, once we finish this form, we can just copy over this form and then put it inside of our login form and our onboarding form and just change up a few things. So first things first, we got to make this a client component, all right? And we're going to import some stuff from React Hook form, from our form, from shadcn UI a folder, and some things from like Zod Resolver and stuff. So instead of importing everything at once, I just say we go ahead and just start styling this thing up and just import as we go. So we need access to our form, like default values and resolvers. So to do that, first thing we're going to do is just do a const form, and we're going to do use form. And this is coming from React Hook form. So that's our first import. And we're going to do parentheses, brackets. We're going to do resolver. So we should get that autocomplete. And then we're using the Zod resolver. We might have to import this, I believe. Zod resolver. And this Zod resolver takes in a schema. And since we're doing our registration form, we're going to send over our register schema. So that's another import. Let's import this Zod resolver. So import Zod resolver. I'm not sure why I'm not getting the autocomplete. This is coming from @hookform /resolvers/Zod. All right. Perfect. And since we're using use form, we got to make sure we set our default values. So default values, so for email, is just going to be empty quotes. For our password, it's going to be empty quotes. And then for our name as well, it's going to be empty quotes. All right. So that's our default values. And since we didn't get, as you can see, when we was typing that, we didn't get the autocompletes, and that's because we're not inferring our types yet from our register schema. So to do that, right in between this parentheses and use form, we're going to do z.infer and then do type of register schema. This might look a little funky, look a little weird. And then make sure you close them as well. And we also got to import z from Zod. We have a ton of imports. Z.infer type of register schema, sorry. Register schema. There we go. And now if we get rid of these, we should get the autocompletes now. So as you can see, email, we got the autocomplete, we got name, and then password as well. So now, yep, we got those autocompletes. Perfect. Okay, and now it's going to be a lot more things we're going to add, but I say we go ahead and start styling it up. So let's do fragments. All right, and we're going to have a div for now. All of this is going to be wrapped inside of our auth card component. We haven't created yet, but we're going to create that here afterwards. So we're going to import form from our UI folder. And if you check the docs, this form, we're going to spread in our form. So with the spread operator like that. All right. And in here, this is where we have a regular form like that. We're not going to add it on submit yet. All right, and in here we're gonna have a div with a class name of space y6, and we're gonna have a form field. So all of this is coming from our UI form from ShadCN, and all this is inside of the docs. So we got a form field, and I believe this is a self-closing tag like that. And maybe not. Wait, form field. Yeah, I believe so. And then let's check the docs right quick, just to be sure. So it's gonna be very similar to this. We can actually probably just copy this over. But I'd rather just type it all out so that way we can import everything. So yeah, they got a form field. It takes in control, which is form.control, the name of our form field, render, form item, form label. So it's going to be very similar to this. So form field, and just like the docs say, control, and then we're going to do form.control like that. And then our name. So for our first one, the name is going to be name. And then render, do equals, do brackets, parentheses, brackets. It's going to be filled like that. Then we got to make sure we do an arrow function. And in here, we're going to render our form item. Form item like that, right? And this takes children. So we got a form label, and our form label is just going to be username like that. All right, and then underneath our form label, we're gonna have our form control. All right, and this also takes children, and in here it's going to be our input from our UI folder from ShadCN. If you guys didn't install it, make sure you guys install that. And this input is a self-closing tag. I'm going to spread in our field like that. And then we can also have a placeholder. Our placeholder can just be your name. It's going to put Dev Antonio Rogers like that. And then also define the type. So since we're doing name, the type's going to be text. All right. And just like that, we should have a input on our register form. Nice. So we got our input there. Okay. And now we can actually copy over this form field. Let's copy the form field. And we're going to paste it right underneath. So paste it right here. And we could just switch up some things. So the next one is going to be email. So we could change the name to email like that. Let's change the form label to email. The placeholder could just be like just a placeholder of an email. I'm just going to do John Doe at gmail.com. All right. And the type can be email like that. All right. So actually, I think we forgot one thing. So underneath the form control, let's see. We want a form message, and this message is going to come from our Zod schema. So like all of the messages that we put, like your username must be more than 3 characters. So we need to add that form message. So I want that form message to be right under this form control. So let's go ahead and do form message like that. And that is a self-closing tag. Don't take any props or anything. Let's copy that and put that underneath here as well. All right, so we got our email, we got our username, and now we need our password. So let's go ahead and copy over this form field again and paste it right underneath here. And again, just switch up some things. This one's going to be password. Form label is going to be password. And placeholder could just be like stars, like this. All right, and type is password. All right, perfect, nice. All right, so underneath this div here, still inside of our form, we're gonna have a button from UI from Shatsian, and inside this button is going to say register. Okay. All right, let's see if it pops up. All right, so we got a register button, and we can do make sure we add our type submit on here. Type submit, and also we can add a class name of width full and a margin top 6. Nice. Okay, so I believe that is it for our register form. Still some things we got to do, add our server action and all of that stuff. But as you can see, the styling doesn't look great. And that's why we're going to add an auth card around this to make this look a little better. So let's go do that now. Okay, so still inside of our authenticate folder, we're going to create another component. And this one's going to be called auth-card.tsx. All right. And we can do a const auth card, and it's going to be equal to an arrow function. And for now, we can just return a div, not a did, a div. And I just say hi for now. All right, and let's make sure we export default it. Export default auth card. So that way we can go ahead and import that over here in our register form. Going to import that here now. Import auth card. This way, so that way we can see our changes. So we're going to have it wrap in this whole entire form. So I'm gonna have auth card like this. We will get an error because we're not taking in any children in our props yet. So, but it's okay. So right underneath this div, we're gonna have our auth card. All right. Let's head over to auth card, and now we gotta actually take in these props. First ones we're gonna take in is children. So children, and we're also gonna have a title. We're gonna have a back button href, and then we're gonna have a back button label as well. All right. So now we gotta find our types here. We can do a type up here. Type auth card props. So the children is going to be a react.react node. Title is going to be a string. The back button href is going to be a string. And the back button label is going to be a string. All right. Add these things like that. Okay. And now we can add our types to our props. Let's put these inside of a brackets. All right, let's copy this. I'm zoomed in and it's messing me up. All right, and let's add our types here. So auth card props, and I should get rid of those errors now. So just so we can see our changes, let's actually send over our props first. All right. So scrolling down. So we want the title of this auth card to be register for an account. And we want the back button href to send us to login. And then we want the back button label to say already have an account ? Okay. I'm not sure why I'm getting. Okay, that was just my computer going slow. All right, so let's head over back to auth card, and now we can actually start styling this up, and we can start seeing our changes. Okay. So here we want to return a card, and this is going to be coming from our UI folder from shadcn. And this card is going to have a class name of width 400 pixels, right? And then we want to add a card header. And our card header is also going to have a class name of item center and a gap of 5. I'm not sure why that's because card header already has flex on it in the back end, so that's why we didn't add flex though. I was wondering like, hey, why we didn't add flex? But we could take a look and see. So we're gonna have our logo here, and this is coming from our navigation/logo. All right, and then we also gonna have a card title in here. Card title, and in here is going to be our title. So title. All right, and let's take a look at that first. Refresh. Nice. All right, so we got a card title, and as you can see, yeah, it's flexed by default. So that's why we got the item center, and it worked without us putting flex on it. So we got card title. Let's give this a class name. So underneath card title, actually underneath card header, this is where our card content's gonna go. And you probably guessed it already. This is where our children's gonna go. Like that. Take a look, and we should have our form there. Perfect. So now we need our card footer. Card footer. And this is where our back button's gonna go. but we actually didn't create this back button yet, this back button component. So back button component. So we didn't create this yet. And we're going to send it over our href, which is going to be our back button href. And then we also going to send it over our label, which is going to be our back button label. All right. So now let's go ahead and create this back button component. I'm going to do back/button.tsx. And I'm actually going to comment this out because it's going to make my computer go slow if it keep erroring out like that. I'm going to comment that out for now. I'm going to head over to back button. And we got to make this a client component because we're going to have to import a button here. We're going to import link from Next.js. And we're also going to import button from our UI folder as well. Let's do export const back button. All right, and this will take in props. The props we're going to take in as our href and also our label. And we can just define the types now. So we can do href is a string and label is a string as well. All right, let's make sure we add our arrow there and do our return. And we're just going to return a button. And inside this button is going to be a link. And this is where our label is going to go. Like that. All right. And since we're using link, we got to make sure we add a href. We also add an aria label as well. Aria label is going to be label. And then our href is going to be href. Right. For the button, we can add as child and also give it a variant. So all this is inside of shadcn docs. So this is a shadcn button. So the variant is going to be link. And then we can also give it a class name of font medium and a width of full. Okay. Okay, so I believe that's it. We can head over to our auth card and import that here. Back button. All right, and we can uncomment this out. And now let's take a look. Perfect. So I already got an account. So if we click on this, it should take us to the login page, which it does. Perfect. We can go back. Nice. All right, so we got to make sure we center this. So head over to our register page. And on this div, we can just add a class name of height screen, a width of full, flex, justify center, item center, and also add a padding of 6 as well. Give that a save and we should be good to go. Perfect. All right, so now it's time to have some fun. So me personally, I love doing the back end of a website. So now it's time to actually add our server actions and try to get this saved to the database once we register for an account. So let's close out of all of this stuff here. And inside of our server, we're going to create a folder and it's be called actions. All right. And in here, we're going to create a file. We're going to have our register action. Actually, we could just do register.tsx. Don't want to have a long name, so just do register.t. Should we do tsx or ts? Let's just do ts actually. So now we do have to install a package. It's gonna be called bcrypt, and what that is that's basically a library to hash and secure user passwords. So it turns like plain text into like scrambled, like a scramble format that nobody can guess. So it's a really good library for that. So let's open up our terminal. And the first one we're going to install, we got to install npm i bcrypt like that. And we also have to install the types as well. So yeah, all right. So this one's going to be npm install -- save at types /bcrypt. I'll have the text popped up huge for you guys so you guys can see. So install that as well. And we can close out of that. And now we can actually start our server action for our register. So first thing we got to do is make this a server component. And we're going to do a export const register account. All right. And normally what we'll do is we'll do the form data thing, and then you know, get the value from that input using the name of that input. But we're actually gonna do something different because we actually have action client installed. So we're gonna do equals action client. Make sure we import that from our lib folder. And what this is gonna do is we're gonna do a dot schema, and then we're gonna send over our register schema. All right. All right, and then we can do a dot action. And now this is where we tell it what to do. So in the docs, it says, let's head over to action client, action, not that, sorry. Next safe action, that's what it's called. Next safe action. Get started, and right here, so it says we have to do an async and then parse the inputs of what we're sending over. So in this case, we're sending over our email, password, and name. Okay, so let's actually do that now. So action parentheses, let's do this, parentheses, and let's do async, parentheses, brackets, and then we're gonna do a parse input. Parse input. Not sure why I didn't get the autocomplete there. And in here, we're gonna send it our email, password, and also our name as well. All right. And since we're doing an arrow function, we gotta make sure we close it at the right thing. I'm trying to, so it's bracket, bracket, parentheses, and then there we go. Perfect. All right, so we're gonna do a const user password. This is where bcrypt is about to come in. So we want to do await bcrypt dot hash, and we want it to hash our password, and then we can add 10 there. All right, so bcrypt, let's import that. Import bcrypt from bcrypt. Okay. And now we're gonna do a check if we already have an existing user. So right underneath this user password, we're gonna do a const existing user. That's gonna equal await DB. So once you click DB, make sure you import this. So this is coming from our database folder. So this is basically Prisma. It don't gotta be called DB. You can name it Prisma, but I like DB better. So DB dot user dot find unique. All right, through parentheses, brackets, and we gotta tell it where to find it. So we're gonna do where. We're gonna do email, and then we're gonna use email to match it up. So this is if the user already exists. We're just telling it where to look. So if a user sends over right to email that's already in our database, then they're gonna be put under existing user. So now we gotta tell it what to do if if there is an existing user. Can't talk today. Sorry guys. So if existing user, we're going to return an error that says email already in use. Okay. And now we need to tell it what to do if there isn't an existing user. So we're going to do an await db.user.create parentheses bracket and then data, and give it a username. Username is going to be our name. Actually, I don't even think we added username in here, do we? Yeah, object literals, username does not exist. So yeah, we don't even need username. We just do name, which is name. Email, and then hash password is our user password. All right, did we add these in? Object literal, let's check our database right quick. I mean our Prisma. Schema. Oh, we didn't even add hash password, that's why. Okay. So we actually gotta add these in. Let's see. Let me open this up here. Prisma. Okay. Yeah. So we actually gonna add. Let's add username as well, which is a string. And also hash password, which is a string. All right. Give that a save, open up our terminal, and we're gonna do an npx prisma db push. All right. And that should get rid of those errors in there. All right, nice. So now we can head back over to our server action. And for our username, we're gonna take in our name as well. Okay, perfect. All right, and now we just need to revalidate our path. So right underneath here, we're gonna just do revalidate path. And just do our home like that. All right, perfect. So we got our register account server action. So now let's go and put this to use. Okay, so now let's head over to our register form component and let's go ahead and finish this out. Okay, so now that we got our server action, let's go ahead and set some state. We're gonna set const error and set error. And this is going to be equal to use state. Make sure we import it. And for now, it's going to be empty quotes. So we're going to add React hot toast. But for now, we're just going to have like a text pop up or something if there's an error. And then we're also going to set const register. So actually, let's not add this yet. Because once we add Resend later on in the project, we're going to have it to where when we sign up, we're going to be pushed on to another page where it's going to tell us that, you know, our account has to be approved. So we're not going to do that part yet until we add Resend. Okay, now we're going to import a hook from Next.js action, and then that hook is called use action. And that is coming from Next.js action/hooks. Okay. So right underneath our error state, we're going to do a const. You can do empty brackets for now. And we're going to do equals to use action. And we're going to send it over our register account action. And also, we can grab some stuff from our action from our actual server action. So we want to do on success. So when it's on success, we can grab the data. And for now, what we can do is we can just console.log data.error. So anyway, this error message is the same error message that we did on our action. So that is here, email already in use. I believe that's the only one we got for now. And we can also, like, if you wanted to, you can return a success message. So we can return and have success, and then we'll be able to grab that inside of this use action hook as well. But we're just going to console log the data.data error. But once we add our toast, React hot toast, we're going to actually set our error to this message and then have a toast pop up with that error message. So underneath here, we're going to do our on submit, and that is going to equal, it actually went away. Okay, it went away. That's going to equal, actually we gotta send it over our props. It's gonna take in, not send over props, it's gonna take in a value. And the value is going to be z.infer. It's going to be a type of register schema. All right, should close that out. And then it's going to be an arrow function. What we want to do is, as you see, we left this empty, and that's because I want you to see some of the autocompletes that we get. So we get execute, we get status. There's a few other ones. Let's see. That's the only ones that I can think of right now. That's the only ones we're going to use in this project, execute and status. Actually, I think there's another one. It's called like on or succeeded or something like that. Maybe not. So yeah, we're just going to use execute and status in this project, but for now we're just going to use execute in this form. And in here in the brackets, we're going to do execute, and then we're going to execute our values. All right, so that's our on submit. And then we're also going to set error to empty quotes. Once we add our toast, that's going to make sense. All right, down here, let's go ahead and add our on submit to this form, and we can actually test this out and make sure it goes to our database. So for on submit, we're going to do form dot handle submit, and then we're going to send over our on submit. Okay, give that a save, and hopefully that error goes away. It should. It's my computer going so slow. There we go. All right, so we can actually test this out. Let's head over to our register. Okay, we have, okay, there we go. Let's open up our Neon database. Head over to neon.tech, and I should be already signed in. Perfect. Head over to tables, and we don't have any users. So let's actually test this out and see if this works. So for my username, I'm just going to do Antonio. For my email, I'm just going to do a@a.com. And password, let's actually see if some of our validation works as well. So I'm just going to do 1 2 3 4, and so that works perfectly. And let's get rid of the email as well. So email is required, and please add 4 characters. So our form validation is working, which is good. So let's go add these back, and let's make a password 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8, and click on register. Okay, so nothing happened. We don't have any redirects yet, so that's why. But let's actually see if it's saved in our database. And it does. Nice. Perfect. I love when stuff work out. So we got our user here, and by default is admin is false, just like we said in our schema. And is approve is false, and location is no location, and we should have no image as well. This is perfect. Nice. All right, let's go over to React Hot Toast. React Hot Toast. All right, and this is just basically like a notification library. So I'm gonna show you an example. So once we click on this, as you can see, it's gonna be something like that. And this is the one we're going to be using a lot in this project. It's this error one. We will use the success one as well once we handle our CRUD operations and our teams now and customers and stuff like that. But for now, I would like to use it for that error message in our server action. So let's go ahead and install this React Hot Toast, copy that, open up our terminal. Sorry about that. npm I React Hot Toast. And let's see what they have in their docs. Documentation. I know we have to make a provider. I don't think it shows any of that in here. Okay. I don't think it shows any of that. So let's head over to our providers folder. Let's close out all of this stuff. I don't like having a lot of this stuff open. And providers, and we're going to make another one, and this is going to be called toast-provider tsx. Sorry about that car outside. And basically what we're going to do is make this a use client, import toaster from React Hot Toast, and just return it. So that way we can add it inside of our layout. Okay. So if you guys want to just pause the video and just copy this right quick, and then head over to our layout and app layout underneath our theme provider. So over top of our nav bar, we do toast provider, and it's just a self-closing tag like that. And just like that, we have React Hot Toast. So it should work throughout our whole entire website. All right. So now what we're going to do is actually make another component inside of authenticate. And this is going to be called form-error.tsx. All right. And what this is going to do is we're going to have a toast in here. So that way we can use it in all of our forms, because we have 3 different forms. We're going to have an onboarding form, a sign up form, and also a register form, which we just did. So we're going to make this a use client, make this a client component, and we're going to import use effect, and then we're also going to import toast, and that should come from React Hot Toast. We're going to do const form error, and that's going to take in some props. We're going to take in a message, and I believe that's it. And then we can also do our type. So message, it's going to be a string. All right. And make sure we do our arrow so those errors can go away. All right, so we're just going to do a use effect in here. Do our arrow, and then we're going to do if message. That's what we're going to do, a toast.error message. All right. And we're just going to look out for any changes in message like that. And then else we can just return all like that. All right. And make sure we export this, export default form error. All right, perfect. So now we can actually go use this. Okay, so head back to our register form, and let's go to import that here now. Import form error. And now what we can do is add that to our form. And we're gonna add it right over top of our button. So scroll down. So right over top of our button and over top of this div right here, do form error. And we're gonna do message is going to be error. So that's the state that we set up at the top, self-closing tag. And then up here, what we can do, instead of just console login our data.error, what we can do now is we can set error to our data.data.error. All right. And then else, we can also do an else. Actually, let's not do the else yet. I forgot we're saving that part for when we add resend. So yeah, I believe that is it. We can actually test this out now. So what was the error? I think it was an existing user. So currently I have this email, and in our server action, we're checking to see if that email already exists in our database. So this is the email that I use, a@a.com. Let me zoom in some. So hopefully if I sign up with that email again, we should get that toast. Let's see. Okay, we didn't get it. Let's see. We are getting an error here. Normally when you get an error like that, you can do an if check, and it should get rid of that. So let's do an if data.data.error. We could set error to data.data.error. Okay. Else we could just return null, I guess, for now. I'm not sure why we get an error for that, but I do want to test out this toast right quick and see if we get it. Let's see. Refresh. AA. Okay, so we got the toast. Perfect. That's what we wanted. So step one is good. I'm not sure why we're getting, now we're getting an error for this. First it was this, now it's this. Like, make up your mind. So let's see what's wrong with this. All right, so what I did was just get rid of that null. So just get rid of that null there and just do return for now. Like I said, we're gonna have a register success page as well. So we're gonna have set register to true here, but we're not gonna do that yet until we add resend. So just put return there, and everything should still be working. We still get the toast. Okay, so now it's actually time to work on our login form. So now we got our register form, and whenever a user fills out this form, it sends over to our database. Perfect. So before we actually start our login form, we actually got to make some changes inside of our Auth.js file, because if you guys remember, we left it empty. All right. So we got to add some providers here. And if you want, you can add Google sign in. It's really easy. I'm not going to add that in this project. We're just going to do credential sign in. So to do that, what we're going to do is go and import credentials. And this is going to be from nextauth/providers/credentials. Right. And then we also need to, we did make a login schema already. Import login schema. This is why I like Zod, because you just got your schema, we got our form validation all in one. Perfect. And then we're going to import bcrypt. I don't know why I never get an autocomplete for bcrypt. All right. And that should be all the imports that we're going to use. So under providers, we're going to do credentials, parentheses, brackets, and then we're going to do an async. I spelled that wrong. Async. I'm going to do authorize, and this is going to authorize credentials, and this is a promise. Let's not add that right now, actually. Let's just skip that part. So now we're going to validate the input fields with our login schema. So we're going to do const validate it. fields, and that's going to equal our login schema dot safe parse credentials. So this is basically validating our input fields with our login schema. Okay. And now we're going to do an if check. So if the validation fails, we just want to return null. So right underneath here, we're going to do if validation fields. Actually, we should have access to some autocomplete. So we got validation field data, error, success. So if it doesn't succeed, we're just going to return null. All right, perfect. Now we need to tell it what to do if it does succeed. So if it does succeed, we can destructure some stuff outside of our validated fields. So right underneath this if check, let me make sure I'm in the right thing here. So many brackets. We're gonna do if. Why am I keep doing IG? If validated fields dot success. Now we can do a const. We can take out our email, we can take out our password, and we can take out, I believe those are the only two fields we have in our login schema, right? And validated fields dot data. Right? So we just structured out our email and password from our validated data. And that is all coming from our login schema. So if I added a username in my login schema, I'll be able to structure that outside of it as well. All right. So now we're going to search for a user in our database with the matching email. So we're going to do a const user. It's going to be await db.user.find unique. And we got to tell it where. So where, you guessed it, is going to be email. All right. If there's no user, or if the user doesn't exist, or if they don't have a password, we're just going to return null. So we're going to do if no user or no user. We should get hash password, which is perfect. We're just going to return null. All right. All right. So right underneath this, now we're going to compare the passwords with the provided password that the user signs in with, and we're going to compare that with the hash password that we have in our database. So we're going to do a const password match, and that's going to equal await decrypt dot compare, and we're going to compare the password with our user dot hash password. Okay. I'm not sure where I'm getting these errors there. Weird. So we got our validated fields. Oh wait, why is this not working? Hold on. Validated fields. Const user. Oh, okay, that makes sense. So we're gonna put this inside of if validated fields success. That's what we want to do. And also, yeah, we want to add all of this stuff inside of our if check here. Put this inside of our if check like that. All right. And now we want to check if the passwords matches. It just returns our user object. So let me do that now. So right underneath here, we can do a if password match. We're just going to return user, right? And I know this is looking a little weird. Let me just clean this up a bit. It's like too many spaces. All right. All right, there we go. All right, perfect. Okay. So right after our credentials, we got access to pages, and this is basically just telling NextAuth where do we want our sign-in page. So we want our sign-in page to be /login. All right. And last but not least, actually we got two things we gotta add. Let's add a comma here. We need to add our secret, which is the secret that NextAuth generated for us. So .env .nextauth _secret. All right. And now we need to add our session, and we're using JWT. Add a comma here, and then we're gonna do session, and that's going to be strategy JWT. Okay. All right. So we will get an error here, and the only way I researched the internet, like for a while, trying to figure out how to get rid of this error here, and the only way that I found to get rid of it, I've found it on Stack Overflow, was to do a promise and then do any there. Okay. All right, so we got rid of that error, and now that should be good for our auth.ts file. I'm not sure if we shouldn't have to come back in here. Okay, so now we can actually create our login form component. So under authenticate, we're gonna do login-form.tsx, and we can do a const login form. Equal that to a arrow function, and then for now, we're just gonna return a div that just says hi. All right, so that way we can go ahead and import that inside of our login page. And actually, before we do that, I want to copy over this styling that we got here, because it's the same exact styling we're going to use. So head over to login page, add that styling to that div there, and add in our login form here. Perfect. Okay, and let's head over to login. We can actually click on already have an account. Okay, so we are getting an error there because I forgot to import it. Login form. Wait, oh, we forgot to export it. That's why. Login form. Export default function. Export default login form. All right, and import that here. Let's take a look. Perfect. We got hi. Okay, so the good news is our login form is going to be very similar to our sign-in form, so we don't have to redo all of this stuff again. So we can actually copy over this whole entire thing. Head over to our login form, paste it, and then we're just going to switch up some things. First thing I'll always do whenever I copy over in a component is switch the name before I forget. Login form, and no export, so copy that. We might get an error here. Actually, let's see, refresh. Oh, I already got an account. Oh, we forgot that. Okay, it looks the same because we copied it. Oh man, I already forgot. Okay, so let's see what's going to change in our login form. So we're not going to be using our register schema. We're going to be using our login schema. Okay, so get rid of that. We will be using use form, our ZAR resolver. We'll be using Z from Zod, our form components from our UI folder, input button, off card, use state, use action, register account. So we're not going to be using this, so we can actually get rid of that. And form error, we'll be using that as well. Okay, so here we can change this to login schema. Okay. And then change our resolver to login schema. And if you remember, our login form is not going to take a name. So you look, it already errored out, which is good. So we can just get rid of name. We're just taking in an email and password. And then for our on submit, let's actually move this. I probably should have did that in the other one. Try to put your state at the top. And for our use action hook, we're actually going to be using a login account action, which we haven't created yet. So we can actually just get rid of that for now. Or I should just keep it for now. And then on success, it's going to be the same thing. If data error, we're going to set the data. And then else, we can do a set error to empty quotes. Or actually, no, we do that inside of our, we just return. We do that inside of our on submit, which is here. Type of login schema. Okay. And then scrolling down, our title, we are getting an error here. Just so we can see it, I say we probably should just go do the action, or we can just comment this out actually. Let's just comment this out. That way we can get some of the styling complete. This one's going to be called welcome back. Welcome back. And then our back button href is going to be register. And then our back button label is going to say create a new account. All right, save those changes. You can see those two changed. And all of this will stay the same. For here, we're actually going to take in our email first. We change the name for that one to email. And then change our form label to email address. And then all this will stay the same. Placeholder can stay the same. Or we could just do, we should probably just do like enter email. I don't know why I put my email there. Enter email. Type is going to be email. And we can also do an autocomplete as well. Autocomplete email. All right. Scrolling down, next one's going to be password. So we can actually get rid of this one here in the middle, and that should give us the password. Same one that we got, and we can also do a autocomplete. And autocomplete can be current password like that. And I believe that is it. We got our form error. We got our button, type submit, class name with full. Okay, perfect. So let's go ahead and do our action, I guess. Let's take a look at this, by the way. So that is our login form. Perfect. Okay, so now it's time to do our login server action. So under server action, we can create another file, and it's going to be called login.ts. Right? And we're gonna make this a server component. Right? And there's a few things we're gonna import. We're gonna import action client. And we're gonna import our login schema. We're also gonna import our database. So Prisma. And we're gonna import sign in. And this is going to come from our auth. So we'll do sign in, right? And then we're going to also import redirect. That's going to be coming from Next.js. Redirect. I want the lowercase one, next navigation. And then also import revalidate path. Okay, so let's go ahead and we're gonna do something similar to this. So we can actually copy all of this to the arrow. We'll copy everything to the arrow, just so we can save us a little bit of time here. Get over to login and just switch this to login account, and then switch this to login schema, and then get rid of name and do brackets there. Okay. So first thing we're going to do a try catch, and we're inside of the try, we're going to find the user in a database based on the provided email. So we're going to do a try, and then we do a const existing user. That's going to equal await db.user find unique brackets, and we got to tell it where. So where it's going to be email, and then it's going to match it up with our email that we provide. All right. And then after this, we're going to check if the user's not found, the emails don't match. We're just going to return an error message. So I'm going to do if existing user email is not equal to our email that's provided. We're going to return an error, email not found. Okay, and this can be possibly null, so we can just add a question mark there. All right, and now we're going to check if the user account is approved by admin. So I'm going to type this out, but we're going to comment this out, because we're not going to, once we do our teams, that's where we're going to add the ability to approve users. And once we add resend, it's going to be sent over to our email once we're approved and stuff like that. So what I'm going to do is add a comment here, and this is just going to check if the user's account is approved by an admin. All right, so we're going to do if existing user dot is approved, or is not approved actually. We're going to return an error, and this is going to just say must get approved by an admin. All right, so I'm actually going to comment this out, because we're not going to do this yet. I don't want to add that, because if I add that, then we won't be able to log in right now. All right, so after that, now we're going to actually attempt to sign in using the provided email and the provided password. All right, so we're going to do await sign in, and we're going to do credentials, comma, do brackets, email, comma, password. And then we're also going to do a redirect false. All right, redirect false. Okay, because what I want to happen is I want to, whenever a user signs in for the first time, we're going to check and see if their image says no image. So if it says no image, that means they logged in for the first time. And that's where we're going to push them to the onboarding process, where they have to upload an image, provide a location, and I believe that is it. Provide a location and image. So here, so that's why we're doing redirect false, because now what we're going to do, we're going to do if our existing user dot image is triple equals to no image, we're going to return a redirect to onboarding. All right, onboarding, that's spell that right, onboarding / onboarding. All right, and the whole reason why we're doing this if check, because we don't want to just add the redirect to onboarding here, because that means everybody will just get, even if you're logged in for the 5th time, you'll be redirected to this onboarding. So that's why we're checking to see if they don't have an image. That means that they did not do the onboarding process, because we're going to make it to where they have to upload an image. If you don't want to upload an image of yourself, you got to upload an image of something, an apple or something. So we're going to do an else redirect to home. All right. So that's if they're so if the user image doesn't equal to no image. So if they have an image, basically. All right. And then we can also do a catch error. Let's see here. I gotta make sure I get these brackets right. Brackets be confusing me. We could do it right after this, I believe. So we can do a catch. And then we could catch an error. Or what we can do is actually, hold on. This is something that I've seen in a video. All right, so I've been skimming over the docs for like 20 minutes now, and this is what I came up with, guys. So we got if error instance of auth error, and we're doing a switch statement. So if it's credential sign in, we're going to return error, email and password is incorrect. And if it's access denied, we're going to return an error, and that's going to be error.message. And then we're also going to throw an error there. And then we can pop in revalidate path at the end there. And that should be our server action. We are getting a error. Wait, oh, that's in our login form. Oh, that's because we got to execute there. All right, so we can actually head back over to our login form and uncomment this out here. And now we can change our action to login account. And same thing, we can set the data, that's okay. Else we can just return. We don't even need to add an else, I don't think, honestly. And why are we getting, okay, they disappeared. Okay, so with that, we should be able to log in. And since we don't have an image, we should be redirected to the onboarding page. Let me close out of that. And I gotta remember my password, but we can actually test some things out here. So I'll type in the wrong password and let's see what happens. Email and password is incorrect. Nice. So my switch statement works. And I forgot what I made. I forgot the password. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Was it that? 9. Okay, it wasn't that. Oh, I forgot. We might gotta make a new user. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, it was that. It was 1 through 8. Okay, and we got pushed to the onboarding page because we don't have an image, and that's perfect, guys. So now we can actually start our onboarding form. Okay, so let's go ahead and make our onboarding form component. Okay, so whenever we don't want people that's not signed in to see this page, and also we don't want to see if you're already if you already have a image, if you already did the onboarding process, you're not allowed on this page either. So what we're going to do is we're going to make some imports. We're going to import, first we're going to import our onboarding form. Well, we didn't export it. That's great. To export it. Export default onboarding form. All right. And head back over to the page and let's import that here. Onboarding form. Okay. And now we're going to also import auth, and that is going to come from our server/auth. And then we're also going to import redirect, and that's going to come from next navigation. Okay. All right. So now we can grab our session, const session, and that's going to equal await auth. So since we're using await, we got to make our page a async function. So what I'm gonna do, what I like doing is just making it look clean. Export default async function like that, and then do page. Right. We can get rid of this export down here, and now what we can do is if session. So if we don't have a session, we want to redirect to login. So basically, if we're not signed in, we're going to be redirected to login. Okay. And let me go over here and copy over this styles. We probably could have made this a separate component as well, but totally fine. Paste that there. And now this is where our onboarding form is going to go. And we're also going to send our onboarding form our session as well. So let's do session. It's going to equal to session. Give that a save, and hopefully we don't get an error. All right, we got high. Nice. Okay, and before we actually start our form, I actually want to we're going to sign up for upload thing, because that's what we're going to use to manage our images. And whenever a user uploads an image, it's going to go to upload thing. But before we do that, I say we do our schema. So under types, we're going to make another schema, and this is going to be called onboarding schema. And we're going to import Z from Zod. And then we're going to do an export const onboarding schema. And that's going to equal to a z.object. And we're just going to take in an image, which is a z.string. And then we're also going to take in our location, which is a z.string. We also want to add a min to this as well, so nobody to put one letter and be finished with it. So we're going to do a min of 2, just in case they put NY or NC. We'll do a min of 2, and then we also have a message, just in case that doesn't hit 2. And do location must be more than 1 character. Okay. Okay, and that is our onboarding schema. Okay, so now we're gonna head over to uploadthing.com and sign in with your GitHub or make an account. And once you sign in, you're gonna should be redirected to this page. We're gonna click on create new app, and we're just gonna name this I don't know, Nexa. You don't need to add that. We can do create app after that. And now we're going to have our API keys here, which we can roll a new key, which I am going to do once this video is over with. I think we should just copy over this. Let me just make sure. .env. Maybe we'll put it in the env.local, I believe. Yeah, let's copy these over, and we're going to put this inside of our env.local file. So right here, add those. And then we can head over to the docs, and hopefully they have some. So the Next.js app, let me zoom in some so you guys can see. Okay, so step 1, it says we have to install this here. Go ahead and copy that. Paste that in there. Okay, and step 2, add env variables if you don't already have upload secret key. So I think I just did that already, so I don't think we need to do that. Create your first route. So we need to create a folder in our we need to make an API folder inside of our app. Let's do that now. So API. And then in here, we're going to create another folder, and it's going to be called upload thing. Like that. Okay. And now we can just copy over this core. We're going to create a file called core.ts. Core.ts. And we can paste that in there. Shouldn't have to change anything. Scrolling down, it says create a Next.js API route for file router. So, trying to think here. I remember I had to change up a few of these things. So for this Upload.js, we're actually going to use the one that I have, because I don't think this worked for me. Or maybe, no, this one's good. Let's actually use that. Let's do route.ts. Paste that in there. And we don't need to add any of that stuff. That should be good. And now we gotta make a upload.ts. All right. On here, we're gonna do upload.ts, upload.ts, and we're gonna paste that in there. So you guys don't have that, and I'm not sure if that's, oh, it's right here. Oh, okay. So yeah, add this to upload.ts. And yeah, so we have upload thing. I believe we also got to do some stuff in our Tailwind config as well. Okay, so inside of our Tailwind config, we have to import this from upload thing. I'm gonna import that. And now all we got to do is right here, we just got to do with UT. And this is going to add some styling that we can add to our drop box for our images. And just close the parentheses there and give that a save. And there we go. Okay, so now it's time to actually start styling up our onboarding form and add our action and functionality. Before we do, please download this fallback image. We're going to be using this in a few components actually. So if you want to go to the Google Drive link in the description, or you can just head over to the GitHub repository and just download it. I find that way easier. And just add that to your public folder. All right, so let's go ahead and close out of everything and start this onboarding form. What is this? Oh, that's the core. Okay. Close out everything and then head over to components, onboarding form. Okay, so I think we should build this because this is going to be, we probably shouldn't copy over the login form or the or the register form, because this form is going to be very different. So we're probably going to build this from the ground up. So get ready. All right, so let's go ahead and make this a client component. And we can do some imports from, like, we can import the form. I'm actually going to copy this. Let's import everything from our form, from Shadcn. All right, and first things first, let's go ahead and take in our props. So we're taking in a session from our onboarding page. And let's go ahead and do our session type. So I'm gonna do type onboarding props. That's going to be session, and that's going to be a session coming from next auth. Okay, and then way here, what we can do is just add our type here. So it's going onboarding props, just to get rid of that error. All right. And we want to make sure we set some state here, or we probably should just go ahead and style the form up first. Yeah, I'd say we do that. That way we can see some stuff on the page. So let's go ahead and style that up. So we're actually going to use a card. And this is going to come from Shadcn. All right. And this card is going to have a class name of pattern6. And it's going to have our form from Shadcn. And remember, we got to spread out our form in here. All right, and then we also got to have a form, regular form HTML element in here as well. All right. No on submit now. We do a class name of flex call, and then a gap of 4. All right. We shouldn't see anything really here. Oh, wait, are we signed in? Oh, form is not defined. Oh, that's because we forgot to. Okay. All right. Let's do that now and then. So right over top of our form here, I'm actually going to copy this over. It's the same exact thing we did in the rest of our login form and our register form. We're just using our use form hook from React hook form. So use form. Okay. And instead of onboarding schema, okay, we are using onboarding schema. Onboarding schema. And then we also got to import Zod resolver. And then also onboarding schema. All right. So same thing we did. Oh, we got to do Z as well. Z from Zod. All right. So yeah, same thing we did inside of our login form and our register form. So just same exact thing here. It's just we just switched it up and added our onboarding schema. And we also got different default values in our onboarding, which is image and location. Okay. And now what we can do, we can also do the same thing we did. Let's not do that actually yet. Let's finish styling it up. We got a form, and in here we're gonna have a div with a class name of flex, justify center, flex call, item center, and then a gap of 2. All right. We have a h1, h1, and this is going to say, hey, user. Actually, we're just gonna do hey for now because we didn't take our user yet from our session. So under our h1, we have a span, and it's gonna have a class name of text small, a text center, a flex, justify center, and a margin bottom 5. All right. And in here it's just going to say we need a little bit more information. Okay, take a look at that. All right. So let's grab our user because we want to display our username there. And to do that, you can actually do that at the top here. I'm going to do a const user. That's going to equal session dot user. Okay. Let's grab in our user that's currently logged in. So now here we can actually display our username. So it's going to be user dot name, like that. Okay. Take that. So we should see hey Antonio. Perfect. All right. And so right underneath this div here, we're gonna still inside of our form. This is where we're gonna have our form field. And I'm actually gonna copy this one because same thing from our login form. So I think it'll be better if I just copy it from our login form instead of copying it from another monitor, so you guys can see what exactly I'm copying. So we're just gonna copy over this form field here just to save us some time. And we're just gonna switch up some of this stuff. Onboarding form. So right underneath this div here, we're gonna paste that in there, and we might get some errors because we gotta import input and a bunch of other things, but let's just give it a save. So instead of name, we're gonna do location, and let's go ahead and import input from our UI folder. Our form label is going to be please provide location. please provide location. All right. Actually, yeah. All right. Make sure these errors went away. Perfect. And instead of placeholder email, I'm gonna have a placeholder of just like, I'm gonna do Albany, NY. All right. And we also want to disable this whenever the status is executing. We probably should have did that for our register form as well. Trying to think. I don't think we have to do that actually. So the type is going to be text. We don't need an autocomplete here. Type is text. Like that. Okay. Let's take a look. Perfect. All right, and now we need to actually add our upload drop zone from upload thing. So this is going to be kind of huge, and we're gonna do this from scratch because I don't want to copy this one. All right, so right underneath this form field, we're gonna have another form field. Okay, so if you guys seen the demo, this is going to have the preview image here, which is going to be our fallback image by default. And then when a user uploads an image, that's when that fallback image going to change to the image that the user uploaded. So we got our form field here, which is a self-closing tag. And we got control, which is form.control. And the name for this one is going to be image. And then we gotta do our render, brackets, parentheses, brackets, field, and then do our arrow function here. And then in here is gonna be our form item. And then our form label. And this is going to have upload an image. All right. Okay, so after our form label, this is we're gonna have a div. Hate when I don't get those autocompletes. Div, and this div is gonna have a class name. And dude, my computer going slow. Class name of flex, gap of 4. On small screens and up, we're gonna have a flex row, flex col, justify center, and the item center. All right, and in this div, we're going to use a method called get values, and we're getting the values from our form. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna do brackets. So if our form dot get values, and we're getting the values of image, and we're gonna do and do parentheses. This is where we're gonna return our fallback image. We gotta make sure we import image from Next.js. Image, and that is a self-closing tag. Fallback image.png. Image.png. All right, and since we're using Next.js image tag, we gotta make sure we do a width and a height as well. So the width for this one's going to be 125. The height is going to be 125, and then we can also do an alt. And I'm just gonna do fallback image. All right, and then we can also add a class name to this as well of max sm margin top 3, and then a bg, that terry color. Okay, so we are getting an error here. Alt is missing. No, it's not. Stop lying. There we go. We got our fallback image. So I actually use a different one. I use a user image. I don't know if we want to use that. I think it'll look better. than this actually. All right, we might go back and change that. But for now, let's go and finish this out because now it's time to actually add our upload drop zone. All right, and this is a self-closing tag, I believe. All right, so this takes an endpoint. Thought it take an endpoint. Endpoint. That's going to equal to image uploader. Okay, maybe I didn't. Let's see if I imported it from the right thing. Okay, so it's okay. I remember I ran into this issue when I was creating this project, and I was wondering why my upload drop zone was not working correctly. So the upload drop zone needs to come from our API, not upload thing / React. So we want this to actually come from /app /API /upload thing and /upload. Okay. Oh, we forgot the quotes there. Okay. So hopefully that get rid of those errors there. My computer's just going so slow right now. Okay, we got the drop zone just like that. Nice. So we got our import. Let's see if we got that autocomplete now. Image uploader, perfect. So image uploader. We forgot to add another image there as well, but we'll finish that here in a second. Let's just finish this. So now we're going to do on upload begin. All right, and this is going to return us. So what we're going to do in this one, we're just going to set image uploading to true. All right, so we didn't set the state yet, so let's go ahead and set the state now. So we can do it right underneath here. Let's do a const image uploading, and then also a set image uploading. And by default, it's going to be false. So we'll use state, make sure we import it, and that's going to be false. All right. Okay. Scrolling back down. All right, so we got set image upload into true whenever the upload begins. And we can also do a on upload error. All right. And we can take in the error, and then we can return form.set error to image. And then we do a comma. And then we can do type, validate. This is all inside of their docs, by the way. Do message, and that's going to be error.message. All right. So that is what happens when there's an error. And then we can also, after this, we can return as well. Okay. And now we need to tell it what to do when the upload is complete. So right after this here, we can do a on client upload complete. And that's going to take in a response and return form.set value. So as you can see, we have all these methods with with React hook forms. So form.set value, it's going to be image. Then we're going to do a res. It's going to be the first index of the array, and then .url. Make sure we add an exclamation point after that. And then we're also going to set image uploading to false, and then also return. Okay. All right, let's take a look. Okay, I think we can actually test this out right now and see if it uploads to upload thing. Let's see. Let's head back over to upload thing. And I'm already signed in. Let's click on dashboard, and I'm just going to use one of these images that I have. Use anyone. Let's see. Upload. Let's see. Come on, come on. Okay. All right. So as you can see, the image didn't show there. So I think it uploaded, but let's see. Yep. Total files, 1 files. You got that Guilfoyle post. I love Silicon Valley. All right, so our upload thing is working. So now we actually got to display the image once it uploads. So we forgot a little part up here. So right underneath this fallback image there, this is where we want to show our actual post once our image once it uploads. I'm actually going to copy this and paste that right there. So we're going to do form.getValues image and this image actually going to come from our form.getValues, and it's going to come from image, and the width is going to be, let's do 125 as well. I don't want it to I can do rounded full user image, and let's take a look. Okay, so yeah, we're getting a valid source prop. So to fix this, if you guys remember, we head over to our next config. And down here, what we can do, we can actually get rid of, actually, because we still have those users and stuff. So let's just make another one for now. But once we fetch everything from our Neon database, we can get rid of those too. New protocol, HTTPS. And then the host name is going to be that there. Give that a save. It's going to restart our server. Okay, start it back up. Give that a refresh. All right, let's head back over to our onboarding form. Get another refresh right quick, and I want to test out to see if we upload will our image be there. And I'm going to use this little avatar next time. Let's use this here. Upload. And there we go. Perfect. All right. I'm actually might keep this the way this looks. I'm not going to style this up. I like the way this looks. This looks better than the one that I had on a completed project. So we can keep it like that. But if you want to style it up, I could just show you guys how to do it at least. So you can do a class name. And now you have access to UT button. You do like ring primary, you can do UT button BG. Let's do UT button BG black and watch what happens. Now that button should be black. Return black, I believe. Let's see. Yep, see it turn black. So yeah, we can just style it up like that, but yeah, I don't think it's no need to really style it up. I think this is perfect. Okay, so right underneath this div, this is where we're gonna have our form message. Form message. All right. And so after the closing tag, we're gonna have our form error here. And that's going to be message. It's going to equal to error. I'm not sure if we set the state for that yet. I doubt it. All right, and now we need our button. So our button is going to come from shadcn as well. And this button is going to have a type submit. Type submit. And also we have disabled. The disabled is going to be if the status triple equals to executing or image uploading. All right. And it's going to say go to dashboard. Okay. All right, and let's take a look. We should have our button down there now. We are going to get some errors here, actually. We gotta make sure we set our state, the error state. So at the top here, let's go and do a, right underneath this image uploading, just do a const error set error. And also we're going to import some things from Next navigation. We're going to import, let's do use router, Next navigation. And now we can grab router from that hook. So right underneath here, trying to keep this organized. So we can do, actually we can do it right over top of here. Let's do a const router. That's going to equal use router. Right. Okay, so, and we also going to have redirect as well. Redirect. Because like I said, if the user has an image, we don't want them on this page. They're going to get redirected straight to the home page. They're already signed in. So here, what we can do is right underneath here, we can do if user.image is not equal to no image, then we're going to redirect to the home page. All right. And now we need to use our use action hook and also make our on submit. So let's go ahead and import those, and then we're going to make our action as well. So let's just finish out this component. So we're going to import use action, and it's going to be the same thing we did in the other ones as well, but in this one we actually taken out status. And before the project is over, hopefully I remember, we're going to go back in the login form and register form and do something similar to this, how we did this button, how we're disabling a button when the status is up executing. I think that's a really good thing to add. So, and we can also disable the inputs as well whenever they're executing. So we might do that before the project is over. All right, so just go ahead and do the same thing we did in the register and login page. So this is going to be onboarding. We didn't create this yet, but so we will get some errors here, but I'm actually going to comment this out just so that way we won't get a bunch of errors. The same thing we did, we just structure and execute and status from our use action hook coming from next safe action. And now we need to make our on submit. So we're gonna do a const on submit. All right. And that's gonna take in values like we did in the previous ones, which is z.infer type of, and it's going to be onboarding schema. All right, now we can do our arrow function here, and it's going to return. We're going to execute our values. Oh, I forgot we commented it out. That's why we didn't get the autocomplete. Execute. Oh my God, come on. Execute. I don't want you. Just keep it like that. Execute our values. All right. And then we also want to set error to empty quotes like that. So we are going to do something different in this one. So we're going to do if our status triple equals to has succeeded. Has succeeded. That's when we're going to do a router dot replace to home page. So most of you guys are probably used to router dot push, but router dot replace, what it does is whenever this form submits, and if it's succeeded, it's going to do a router dot replace, and that basically going to replace the the whole entire stack with this route. So that way the user won't be able to go back, because we don't want them on the onboarding page. So the user won't be able to go back to onboarding. So it's just going to replace the whole entire stack with our home page. Okay. And now I believe that is it. We do need to add our on submit to our form as well. Let's go and do that here. So on submit, and it's going to be form dot handle submit on submit. Okay, perfect. And now we can actually go do our action and test this out. So hopefully we don't get an error. Please don't get an error. Perfect. All right. So inside of our server action, I'm going to create a file. It's going to be called onboarding. Onboarding.ts. All right. And make sure we do use server at the top here. We're going to import our onboarding schema. We're going to import action client. Action client. We're also going to import DB, our database. We're going to import revalidate path. Okay. And then we also going to import auth. And last but not least, redirect from next navigation. All right. So same thing. Let's head over to our register schema and just copy over this thing here. Make it a little bit quicker. All right, and change this to onboarding. And change this to onboarding schema. And for this, we're just taking in an image and location. Image, location. All right, so first we're going to grab the user. So const user equals await auth. All right, and then we want to do if there's no user, we want to redirect to login. All right, to /login. All right, and then we're also going to do a image.trim. So what that does is basically check to see if our image, if there's anything inside of our image, or if they uploaded the image basically. So if image.trim, we're going to return error must upload an image. Okay, and I think I know what I did wrong here. I think I forgot something in there, but we'll see if this works. And then we're also going to do await db.user.update, because we're not creating a user, we're just updating it. So where we're going to update it with the email, and that's going to be our user.email. I'm going to do as string here. Okay. And after that, we got to tell it the data. We want it to change. So data is going to be image, which is going to be our image that we're getting from our form. And then location, which is going to be our location we're getting from our form. Okay. And then afterwards, we want to revalidate the path. So we can revalidate the path here. And I believe this needs to be closing parentheses there. Revalidate path. And then we can revalidate onboarding like that. Okay. All right. So we can test this out now. Let's head back over to our onboarding form first, so we can uncomment this out here. And we need to import this onboarding from our server actions. Give that a save. We shouldn't have any errors. So we got status, execute, refresh. Let's see. Computer's going slow. Okay, let's test this out, guys. All right. So right now we don't have no image here, and we should have no location either. All right, so let's test this out. I'm going to do Raleigh and C, and then choose a photo. My photo is going to be Guilfoyle. Upload button disabled. That's good. So that way we can go to dashboard with it. And then I'm going to click on go to dashboard. Okay, so we got our image. Perfect. And we got our location. Okay, so I say we send over our signed in user to our nav bar, so that way this image here can be updated, and also this text here can be updated as well. So to do that, we're going to head over to layout, and we're going to import auth, but this is going to come from server/auth. So we're going to do auth and server/auth, and now we can access that signed in user. So right here, we're going to do a con session, and that's going to equal await auth. This await auth, and since we're using await, we got to turn this into a async function. So async. Okay, and now we should have access to that signed in user. So let's send over the session to our nav bar. Session. All right. Now let's head over to our nav bar component. Nav bar. And let's take in those props. So we could just do let's set a type for our props, because session could be null. So we're gonna do type nav bar props. I'm gonna do session. It's going to be session from next auth or null, like that. Okay. And send over, let's accept these props. So session is navbar props. And now we should have access to that user. So right underneath here, we can do a const user equals session. Once we click dot, we should be presented with these autocompletes. So we got session, click another dot, and now we got user expires. I'm gonna do user. All right, and now we can access the username and the user image. So here, instead of welcome back Antonio, we're gonna do welcome back user dot name. Give that a save, and it won't change because my name is Antonio. I put for this account that I signed up with, so it won't change, but the image should change. So for the avatar image here, instead of this, we're going to do user dot image, but our image also could be undefined. So we're going to do two question marks undefined as well. Head over to logout button, and let's add some functionality to this. So we're going to import sign out from server auth. Actually, we're going to do next auth / react. So import sign out, and this is going to come from, do brackets there, and this is going to come from next auth / react, like that. All right. And now when we click this button, we're going to have an on click. And the onClick is just going to return sign out like that. All right. Everything looks good. So now let's see. Once we sign out. Okay. So I believe we're signed out now. To actually check and see if we're signed out, what we can do is head over to page, import, we're gonna import redirect. And this is gonna come from Next navigation. And then we're also going to import auth from our server /auth, okay? And now down here in our function, we're going to check to see, let me add a comment. So this is basically going to check if a user is signed in, all right? So they're not signed in, we're going to do if there's no session. We're going to redirect to login. All right, so once I save this, hopefully, oh, we forgot to do our const session equals await auth. All right, so yeah, we got redirected to this page. And I'm actually going to create a new account. All right, I'm going to name this account. I just want to just run through the process again. I'm going to name this account my son's name, Aiden. And the email is going to be aidennexa-@gmail.com. And then a password 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8. Click on register. So we should be registered now. Let's check our database. Okay, yep, we got our register and we got no image. So once we sign in, we should be pushed to the onboarding page. So Aiden Nexa 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8. Register. Yep, we got pushed to the onboarding page. And this is where we put in our location and image. I'm gonna put another image of Guilfoyle. Upload. Buttons disabled, which is good. This should turn until our uploaded image. And then go to dashboard. Okay, so I got it to work, guys. So what I had to do was delete my cookies. You want to click on inspect and go to your dev tools and then head over to application, and just clear out your cookies. And this is going to sign you out, but when I did this, everything seemed to be working now. So give this a refresh, and now we're signed in. I mean, we're signed out. So now I can log in. 3 4 5 6 7. I'm gonna type in the wrong password and see. Make sure we get our toast there. And then 8. So now once we click on it, see now it says email and password incorrect. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8. Click on register, and now it goes straight to the dashboard without that delay. And then we also got our image. Perfect. Okay, so now I think it is time to work on our team page. So before we actually start working on that, let's make a schema for our team. So we're gonna do in our types folder, we're gonna make a team-schema.ts. I'm just gonna paste this in there. So we're importing Z from Zod, and we're just doing an export const team schema. We're taking the email, which is a string, name string. Make sure you add nullable and also optional. So this is basically our name could be null, and this also can be undefined as well. So that's going to all make sense once we actually finish the whole entire team page and stuff. And then is admin is a boolean, optional is approved, z boolean optional as well. Image is a string, nullable and optional, and location, which is a string, nullable and optional. Nice. So now we're actually going to create a server action to get the role of our current user. So to do that, let's head over to server, and inside of actions, I'm going to create a file, and this is going to be called get role status. So new file, get dash role dash status .ts. All right. Just making sure I spell it right. Get role status. Okay. All right, and we're gonna do use server at the top. Use server, and we gotta import auth from our auth folder, from our auth file, and then also our database. So db from db. All right. So we're gonna do a export const get role status, and this is going to be an async function. Async. Do our little arrow. All right, and now in here we're going to first get the session from Next.js. So we're going to do a const session. That's going to equal await auth. All right, so now we got access to the current session of that user, and we need to tell it what to do if no session is available. So we're going to do if there's no session, or the session. So if you click dot, you should have some autocomplete. So we're going to do dot user dot email. So in here we can throw an error. So throw new error, and we could just type what you want here. I'm just going to do no session or user email found. All right, and now we need to actually fetch the user from that data from our database. I'm going to do a const user. That's going to equal await db dot user dot find unique, and then we're going to do parentheses brackets. Let me scroll down some. All right, and we got to tell it where, since we're using find unique. We're going to use the email, and then we're going to match it up with our session dot user dot email. All right. All right, and in here we're going to do is admin true. So this is going to include is admin whenever we call this server action. All right, so whenever we return this user, sorry. All right, so after this, now we can just return our user dot is admin like that. All right. All right, so now that we're done with that server action, make sure you start up your server and make sure you sign in. And we're going to head over to team. And if you remember, we fetch all of these fake members from mock API. And we did that inside of our team page. Let's head over to there. And we can actually, because we're not going to do it this way anymore, we're actually going to fetch it from our database. So let's select all of this and comment this out. And now we're definitely gonna get some errors. So as you can see here, we also doing an export interface team. Then we're defining our team types here. So we don't need to do this anymore because we have that team schema. So what we can do now is do a export type team, and this can be z.infer, and that's going to be a type of team schema. All right, and we need to import our database. We also need to import auth as well, because we don't want nobody on this page if you don't have a session, if you're not logged in. So let's go ahead and do that now. So we're going to import auth. Not from server auth. We're actually going to import, let's do server auth, because this is a server component. So server auth, and then we're going to import db as well. All right, and then down here we can get rid of this data, because now we could do a const team. That's going to equal await db.user.find many. And you guys should know what this does already. This finds all of the team members that's in our database. Okay, which should be only 2 if I'm not mistaken. So here, all of these members here. So all of the users. All right. And then we also can do a const session. That's going to equal await auth. And then we can just do a quick if check. So if there's no session, we're just going to redirect to log in. All right. And redirect should come from not there. Let's do redirect. That's going to come from next navigation. All right. All right, so we are getting an error, and I believe that's because our data needs to be team now. And also we're going to send over the role as well. So role is going to be role. All right. And to get that role, what we're going to do is use our get role status server action that we just made. So we're going to do a const role. That's going to equal await get role status. Nice. Okay, so now we're going to head over to our team list component. But as you can see, it's actually working. So we got our pinned in members here. And I actually just want to see if this works. So we head over to our Neon database and head over to is approved. So by default is false. So let's actually change one to true and then click on save. I just want to see if this works. Maybe, okay, so it already works. Nice. So we got our approved member there. Okay, so let's head over to our team list component, which is components, teams, team list. And now we got to refactor some of this code. So first, we are accepting a role in here now. So role, and that's a Boolean. All right. And so we got team card props. I'm trying to make sure okay, so we got to actually add it here as well. Role there. All right. And so we got our approved members and we got our pending members there. Honestly, I don't think much a change here. Only thing that we should do is probably send over the role to our team card. And here as well for our pending members. So role as well. Yeah, so that's our team card. And honestly, I think that is all we got to do in our team list. There's a bunch of changes in our team card. And the reason why we're getting this error here is because obviously we didn't send over the accept the props in team card. But yeah, I believe that should be it for team list. So what I say we do now is head over to Resend. And we're going to basically, if an admin accepts a user, they're going to be sent the email saying that you're accepted. If they decline, they're going to also get an email saying that you have been declined. So let's go do that now. Okay, so head over to Resend. And if you don't have an account, just create one. Once you create one, you should be presented with this page here, but yours should be empty. As you can see, I already did some 5 days ago. So what you want to do, we need an API key. So let's head down to API keys. And I think you just click on create API key. And then it's going to create you one. I don't know if it'll create me a new one. Full access. API name, I'm just going to name it YT dash. Let's see if it creates me a new one. You can only see this key once, store it safely. Oh, wow. Okay. I'm going to create this one. And Okay, I wonder why this one's green and this one's not. Okay. Oh, it's because it's last year. I think once we use it, that's when it's gonna turn green. All right, so we're gonna head over to our .env file, and we're going to do resend underscore API underscore key, and that's going to equal to our key we just got. Do not copy my key, please. Hopefully I remember to change all of these keys. Always that one person that just uses my key. All right, so we can close out that .env file, and we can actually put this to work. We're gonna make a server action for our send confirmation email and also our send decline email as well. So let's close out of all of this stuff here, and I'm actually gonna close out of resend. For some reason, it slows up my computer. So let's open this up. So let's head over to our server actions, and we're going to create a file, and it's going to be called email.ts. All right, and it's going to be a server component. So do use server, and then we're going to import. I believe we actually got to install resend as well. Yeah, let's head back over to resend. I think we forgot to actually install it. Let's head over to the docs. I knew it was a little bit too fast. There's no way it's that easy, right? So let's do an npm I resend. I head over to my bash terminal and paste that in there. And create email template, and now I believe we're good. We don't got to do any of that yet. Close out of that and close out of there. All right, so now we should be able to import resend from resend. All right, perfect. All right, and now we're going to have a login domain and a register domain. So whenever a user gets the decline email, it's going to be a message saying, you know, your account's been declined. If you think we made a mistake, please register again. And that's when that link is going to be there. And then when their account is approved, that's when we're going to have, you know, your account's been approved. Please log in here. And that's when the login domain is going to be. So let's actually do that now. So const login domain. That's going to equal, since we're not deployed yet, is obviously going to be, you know, localhost 3000 /login. So let's just add that there. And then we're going to do a register domain. Register domain. And that's going to equal same thing. Localhost 3000. But it's going to be /register. Right? And then now we need to do a const resend equals new resend. And now we gotta send over our API key. So process.env.resend underscore API underscore key. All right. Now we can actually start with our approval email. All right, so I'm actually going to paste our send approval email function in, and I'll just go over it. So we're going to export cons send approval email, and that's going to be async email string. Name is we're taking in email, which is a string. We're taking in a name string, null or undefined. And then we're just structuring some stuff from await resend.emails.send. And we're taking out, you know, the data and the error. And then here is where all the magic happens here. So since we're not deployed yet, I believe resend only sends to the email that you created the account with. So in this case, this isn't even an email. So let's actually change this to this one here. This is another Resend account that I got. I'm gonna change it to AR 019061493 at gmail.com. All right. So yeah, it only sends to the email that you created that account with if you're not deployed. So in this case, since we're not deployed, it's just going to send it to this email. So we'll be able to test it out via this email. So we're going to do that. All right. And you go to from onboarding that resend again. This is another thing I believe where if you're not deployed, you have to use this to send from. You can't use your email yet. But once you deploy the website, you could change this to email. So for example, instead of having that there, this should just be email because we're taking in the email in this function. We're sending over email. So yeah, but in this case, we're not using it right now, but I made sure to add it so you guys can see how to do it. All right, and the subject is your Next.js dashboard has been approved. And then HTML, so you just write some HTML. Hey, name, your account has been approved. Please log in here. And this is where our login domain comes. And then down here, we're just doing some check-in. So if error, return console.log error. And if data, return data. All right, and I'm a little sick. No, my nose sounds stuffy. So sorry about that. All right. And now we need our decline email, which is going to be very similar. So let me just paste that at the bottom here. And again, you can head over to the GitHub just in the description for these, or you could just head over to the GitHub repository and just copy this over. It's not that much code, but you know, it'll be faster. And again, this is the same thing. We're just taking an email, which we're not using yet. I'm gonna change this to ar09 at gmail.com. And this one just says your Next.js dashboard has been declined. And hey, name, unfortunately, your account has been declined. If you think this is a mistake, please register again. And this is where our registered domain comes. And same thing, we're doing an if check and returning the data. All right, so that is our send approval email and our send decline email. So now we gotta actually get this to work. We're actually going to create another file in our actions folder, and this is going to be called team-actions.ts. All right, so this is where all of our team server actions are going to go. So we're going to have our approved team member, decline team member, and also like our update team member as well. So let's make this use server, and then we're going to import revalidate path. We're going to import our database. We're going to import our send approval email and also our send decline email as well. Send approval email and send decline email. And then we're also going to import action client. And also our team schema. All right. So first, let's work on an approved team member, and we can actually test out our send approval email as well. So remember, since we created this account with this email and we're not deployed yet, we actually had to create a email, an account on our Next.js dashboard with that email, because I don't think we did. So yeah, as you can see, we did it. So that's perfect, actually. All right. So now let's do our approved team member. So export cons approved team member. That's going to equal action client dot schema, and that's going to be our team schema, and then dot action. And what we're going to do is update is approved to true, because remember by default is approved is false. Let's do await db dot user dot update, and we got to tell it where. So where is going to be email. That's going to be the email that we take in, is going to be is approved to true. All right. Okay. All right. And after this, we can revalidate path. And then after revalidate path, we're going to do await send approval email. And then we also want to send it email and also name as well. Then we're going to return as well. All right. So the next one is delete team member, and same thing. We're doing an action client dot schema team schema, and then we're going to dot action async parse input, and that's going with email and name. But the only difference is we are awaiting db user dot delete, and then where email, and then this one we are awaiting send decline email, name and email. All right. So very similar to the one we just wrote. And then our update team member. So that is our decline team member right there. Okay. So we're going to have a delete team member as well, which is very similar to our decline one. So this is the update one. We're doing an await db user dot update, where email and data is admin and is admin. All right. And we're revalidating the path as well. Okay. And then next one is delete team member, which is very identical to, I think it's the same thing except for the send decline email. So same thing, db.user delete. All right, so we got our team server actions. So let's head over to our team card component. Okay, so before we actually start styling up our team card, we actually got to install two components from shadcn. So we're going to install the checkbox shadcn. And we also going to install the dialog as well. So let's copy this npm, open up our terminal, and we can paste that in there. All right, so that's going to add that to our UI folder. And now we need the dialog as well, which is a modal. Once you click a button, a modal pops up, and we're going to use that a lot in this project. Let's copy that. All right, and we can actually close out of shadcn. I believe that is the last two components we'll be using from there. Yeah, I just say we just select all and just restart this, because there's a lot that's about to change with this. So let's just restart everything. So let's do a export default function team card, and we will be taking in props. We'll be taking in member. We'll be taking in is pending, and we'll also be taking in role as well. All right, and we need to define our types. Let's do an interface team member prop, and user is going to come from Prisma client. So user, that's going to come from Prisma client. All right, and let's go ahead and add these to our props here. So these are team member card props. All right, and now we need two brackets. All right, so in here, so let's do a return down here, and we're going to return a card. It's going to come from our UI folder. from chassis in card. All right, and this card is going to have a class name of dark. It's going to be BG, our third color territory. I'm gonna do a BG slate 100 for light. I'm gonna do a flex col, a justify between item center, or overflow hidden, a shadow LG, around it LG, and I gotta scroll over. There's so many class names on here. We also going to do a pattern of 4, a gap of 4, and also position relative. So now we need our image in here because that's where it's going to be at the top here. So we got our cards, we got our approve member and our pending members. All right, and now we need, so I'm actually glad we started over so that way we could just see all the changes as we make them. So that's our card. So now we're going to add our image, and that's going to come from Next.js. I don't know why I keep scrolling down like that. All right, and our image is going to have a class name of rounded full, and a source is going to be image URL. So we don't, that's going to be undefined right now. We don't have that yet, so we're going to make it here in a second. The width is going to be 100, height is going to be 100, and then the alt going to be brackets, backticks, image of $ bracket member dot name. All right, so we're gonna create this image URL at the top here. So right underneath here, go ahead and paste that in there. So what this is basically doing is checking to see if the user has a valid image. Then we're going to return their image if it doesn't equal no image. And then if it does, it's going to show this fallback image here, which I don't think we added to our, oh we did, okay, yeah, this fallback image here. Yep, so if they don't have an image, it's going to show that. All right, but in this case, we got images for both of our pending and approved members as well. We're going to have an H1. This H1 is going to have a class name of text center. And this is going to show our member .name. All right. After that H1, we have a span. And this is going to show our member location. Location. Let's give that a save and see if everything. All right, perfect. Now we're gonna have a div, and this is gonna have a class name of absolute, a right of 3, a BG primary, a PX of 1, a rounded MD, and then a text of white. All right, and in here it's going to show if our member is an admin or not. So we can't just put member is admin, so we actually got to do a ternary operator. It's going to do if the member is admin. So if it's true, it's going to return admin, else we just want it to be empty. So we shouldn't see this yet because none of our users are admin, but we'll change the role inside of our database here in a second. Let's say we go ahead and finish out our card first. So underneath this div here, we're gonna have another div, and this is going to have a class name of flex and item center, and then a gap of 2. Right, and in this div, we're going to do is pending. So I believe we did all of this in the last episode as well. So it's pending. This is where we're going to show 2 buttons. One's going to be approve or decline. So this button is going to say approved, approve. So let's give that a right quick. We are always because of the ternary. For now we could just return null, but we will have more buttons down there, but I just want to get this button working first. All right, so this is our approve button. So let's see what happens when we add our on click on our server action. So on click. So this is going to actually, we're going to create a function first on submit. So let's do handle approve team member. I tried to be very descriptive here. All right, that's what that button is going to do. So let's actually create that function up here. All right, I'm just going to add a comment. Approve team member function. All right, so underneath here, we can create that function here now. All right, let's do handle const handle handle approved team member. There's going to be an arrow function, and it's going to first thing I'm going to check is if our role is admin or not. So we're going to do if our role is an admin. We're going to return a toast coming from React Hot Toast error, and it's just going to say you must be an admin to approve a team member. All right, so in this case we're not an admin, so we should get that message, but we're going to change our role in the database here in a second, and then we just want to return after that. So if we are a team member, after this if check, this is where we're going to have our approved team member server action. Do parentheses and quotes, and remember we have to send over the email and the name. So we're going to do email is our member.email, and then our name is our member.name. All right, we forgot the comma there. Okay, and we can also return a toast as well. Toast.success, and we can do parentheses, backticks, $ bracket, member.name has been approved. All right, so let's see what happens if we try this now. Approved. So you must be an admin to approve a team member. So let's actually head over to our database and change our role to admin. Okay, so on our Neon database, I'm gonna head over to user. I'm not sure which user, so I think I'm signed in as Aiden. This user here. So we're gonna change this user to is admin true, and then save. And now we should give this a refresh, and we should have that admin tag here. Nice. All right, so let's try our approve server action. Antonio has been approved. Perfect. All right, nice. So I'm actually going to head back to the database and give that a refresh right quick. And I'm going to change Antonio back to pending, because now we're about to create our decline server action as well. So let's go to, wait, where is it? False. So let's give this a refresh, and now he should go back to pending. Perfect. All right, so we got our approve button. Now we need our decline button of destructive. So I'm just going to make the button red, and it's also going to have an on click of handle. So this is going to be handle decline team member, and in here we're just going to have decline. All right, let's take a look. Okay, we're getting an error because we didn't create that function yet. So let's go up here and actually make that right quick so that error can go away. So we can actually copy all of this and we're just going to change it up. Approve team member function. This one is going to be called decline team member function. Paste that in there. And this is going to be handle decline team member. And so we're going to check and see if the role is admin. And also you must be an admin to decline a team member. We're going to return after that. So if they are admin, this is where we're going to run our decline team member server action. So decline team member. And again, we're sending over the email and also the member name as well. And then we can do a toast success. Member name has been declined. Okay. And I also want to check our email to see if we're receiving these. Okay, perfect. So our email is being sent once we're approved. That's nice. So we got 2 because we approved it 4 minutes ago as well. So remember what I said, once you deploy this this dashboard, then you're able to change to email. So I added it here, so whenever you guys deploy this, you can just change this to email, and that's when it's going to be sent to whatever email a user has. But in this case, since we're not deployed, we got to use the email that we signed up with Resend. So yeah, so I got sent, and I also want to, let's go ahead and change this to false. And then refresh our page, because now I want to check and see if our decline one sends. So let's decline. So Antonio has been declined and it got erased. Okay, nice. So our decline email worked as well. So it shows that our account has been declined, and if it was a mistake, we can click here. Perfect. All right. So all of that is working. Resend is working fine. So now we just have to finish styling this up. So let's close out of this. And underneath here, and this is where we're going to return fragments. And this is going to be where our dialog is going to be. Dialog. That's coming from our UI folder. Dialog. Dialog trigger. That's coming from our UI. And you just, we're going to have it as child. Okay. And inside this dialog trigger, this is where our button's going to go to trigger the dialog to open. Button. And on click, this one's going to be our handle. Actually, I'm not going to have nothing for the on click yet because I don't want it to error out yet. So we're going to add an on click there, and that's going to be our handle edit delete modal, and it's going to say edit. All right. So since we're not a pinned-in member, we should see edit underneath our team member here underneath. There we go. All right, so we got edit. Now we need our dialog content. I think it would be easier if I just do dialog content there. Just add that in there just in case we need it. All right, so let's scroll down. All right, so dialog content here. And this is where we're gonna have our dialog header. And this is going to say edit team member. So we're going to wrap our edit team member in a dialog title. So many dialogues. It's like confusing looking at them. Oh man. All right. So dialog title. There we go. So still inside of our dialog header, this is where we're going to have our dialog description. Dialog description. All right. And in here, this is where it's going to say update the role of member.name. Okay. All right. And then underneath our dialog header here is where we're gonna have an image. And we already imported that from Next.js, so we don't need to import it. And the source is going to be our image URL again. Same thing as before, but this width is going to be 50. The height is going to be 50. And then the alt is going to be the same thing. It's going to be backticks, money sign, brackets. Actually, we're going to do image of money sign, brackets, member.name. So underneath the image, we're going to have a div. And this div is going to have a class name of flex, item center, and then a space x2. All right, in here, we're going to have our checkbox. So this is going to come from our UI folder. Give that a save. So let's go up here and actually set that state right quick. So we're going to need use state. And I'm going to go right up here. So right underneath here, we can just go ahead and make that. So const is admin, set is admin, use state, and by default, it's going to be member.isAdmin. Okay, so let's go ahead and import use state. Use state from React. Okay, I don't know why this error is here. Okay, it went away. All right, so let's actually make our function here to open this modal. Let me just make sure that we're finished actually. Okay, we're not finished. So underneath this checkbox, so we're gonna have a label. And the HTML4 is going to be admin. So this label is tied to this checkbox because the ID is admin there. And the label is just going to say admin like that. So right underneath this div here is we're gonna have a dialog close. Okay. And the button and on click is going to be our handle update role like that. All right, and it's going to say save changes. Save changes like that. On click. And this is going to be our handle, edit, delete, modal. Okay. All right, and we can also add a class name to our dialog content here. Let's do a class name of small screens. Small screens, and we can do a max width of 425 pixels. Okay. All right, so let's make these two functions up here. Our handle update role is, so we're going to use our update. So make sure we import this server action that we created. So this is our update team member server action. And we're sending over the email, which is member email. And we also sending over is admin as well. And this is going to give us a toast and role for member.name has been updated. Okay, and now we just need our handle edit delete modal. I'll paste that here. All right, and we're taking in an event, which is a React mouse event. But if we're not admin, that's where we're going to get an error saying that, you know, you must be an admin to edit team member. But in this case, we are admin, so we should be able to edit. Let's go ahead and click. There we go. And we don't want to change it because if we click that and save, then we're not, well, we can do it. And then there we go. Role has been updated. But we can't edit now because we're not a team, an admin. All right, so that's good. Now I believe the only thing we have to do now is add our another dialog for our delete user confirmation. So we could probably copy over this dialog here. So let's copy all of this here. So copy it all the way to right there. And then right underneath it, we can actually have another one. right? But we could change it up a bit. So this one here, the variant's going to be destructive on the button, but this one's going to be delete. Right? And we could it should show delete there. There we go. Everything, all that's still the same. So this would be delete team member, and then the description is, instead of it saying update the role of member name, we want it to say, are you sure you want to delete member.name? This action cannot be undone. Okay. And then we can remove this image here. We can remove this checkbox and this label here. Get rid of the space x2. Keep it a flex because we're gonna do a justify in. And also a gap of 2. All right, and this is where we're gonna have our 2 buttons, our cancel and yes delete buttons. Let's just get rid of this button here. All right, and then we're going to paste 2 buttons in here. Okay, so right inside of this div, we did a dialog close as child, and inside here is going to be our button. It's going to say cancel, and then our another dialog close as child. It's going to be a button. This one's going to be red, and it's going to have our handle delete team member function, and it's going to say yes delete. So let's go ahead and create that function now. And then this one is our handle delete team member. Again, if you're not an admin, you'll get a toast. And then our delete team member action that we created. So delete team member server action. All right. And then we're going to get a toast success saying that that member has been deleted. So I don't want to test this out, but I do want to test out the modal and see, because I don't want to delete myself. Then I got to create a whole new account and all that other stuff. Oh, plus we're not even the admin, so let's actually change it to admin. And now delete, and now it's asking us if we want to delete, but I'm going to click cancel, which closes out the modal. All right, so I believe we're done our team page now. Everything is working. We can edit, we can change the roles of our users, we can approve, decline other users, we can delete members as well. So now we actually going to head over to our register page. So this shouldn't take too long. The only thing we're going to do here is register success and set register success, and that's going to use state, and by default it's going to be false. Okay, so what we can do is actually over top of this, we can actually just do, we're going to do brackets, and then if is register success, we're going to return a div with a class name of flex call, gap of 8, justify center, item start, and text center. Okay, and then else we return our auth card, and then down here we can close that here like that. So if register success, we're returning this div. If not, we're returning this auth card. All right, perfect. So let's head over to register. I'm actually going to log out. All right, and just for now, we're going to actually change if register is false. That's when we're going to show this div. So you shouldn't see anything. So now we should be able to see our styling. All right, so in here, we're going to have a div. This is going to have a class name of self-centered, and here is going to be our logo. And then underneath this div here, have a h1 with a class name of text 2xl, a font bold, and a width full. And then it's going to say thanks for your registration. All right, and it's gonna have that little emoji, thumbs up emoji. All right, give this a save, and then we're gonna have a div, class name of flex call, and then a gap of 1, in here, this is where we're gonna have a span, and we're actually gonna have two spans. So do two spans there, and the first span is going to say you will be notified by email once your account is ready. Okay, and then inside the next span is going to say please allow 2 to 3 business days for a response. Okay, and now after that, this is where we're gonna have a button. So right underneath this div here, this is where we're gonna have a button. Size going to be small, variant going to be link, and then it's gonna have a class name of margin bottom 5, self-centered, and this is going to run our set register success to false. Okay, perfect. So we click this, nothing should happen because by default register success is already false. So we only want this to render when register success is true. So it should disappear and show our form again. So now when we register now, maybe I should actually, so for this to work, we actually gotta add it here as well. So we're going to return, instead of just returning, we're just going to set register success to true. Okay, and then click register, and there we go. All right, perfect. So now our authentication is complete. Let's actually sign in, and this is our admin account. So under teams, as you can see, we got all of these pinned in members and we can approve them. So once approved, they should be pushed to the onboarding process. So we could test that out as well. I think, did we already test that out? The onboarding page, I believe we did already. So yeah, so there we push to the onboarding page, and then I have an image. So approve, and I can decline, perfect. And I can also change the role of this user, make him an admin. That is complete. Now all we have to do is do our CRUD operations for our pages. So our customer pages, we gotta, add a customer, orders pages, add an order, edit an order, delete an order. All that is very simple, and let's go ahead and get that completed. Okay, so now it's time to do our CRUD operations for our pages. So we're gonna start off with our product page. So we're gonna make a type first, schema for that. So we're gonna do a product schema, and then types. The file is gonna be called product schema. Product.schema.ts. Right, and we're gonna import z from Zod. Okay, and then we're gonna do an export const product schema, and that's going to equal a z.object, parentheses, brackets, and now we're going to define our schema. I'm just going to paste this in there, so we can close out of that. You could get this from the GitHub repository, or the GitHub gist. And we're also going to have one at the bottom here as well, and this is going to be for our server actions. I'm going to do an export const. We're going to do delete product schema, and then that's going to equal a z.object, parentheses, brackets, and in here we're just going to define a type for our ID. Okay, cool. So we can close out of that because we're just going to do the product page for now, and then we're going to do the other pages. So we actually got to create a model in our schema as well. So model product, and first thing is going to be an ID, of course, which is a string. We're going to make sure we do add ID, add default. It's going to be CUID. All right, give that a save, and then we also take in a name, which is a string, a price, price. So you can't just do number like that. You got to do float. You can do float, and then image, or you could do integer, which is what we're going to do for our revenue. Image is a string. We're also going to do a question mark, and then a revenue, which is integer like that, int. Give that a save. So we need to push this to our database. So that's actually open. So our database is already open, which is good. So let's go ahead and push this model to our database. So remember, we got to do npx Prisma db push. Let's go ahead and refresh, and now we should see that our product model here. There we go. So we got product and we got all our columns. So we got ID, name, price, image, and revenue. Perfect. All right, so now we need to make our product server actions. So inside of server and actions, we're going to create a file, and it's going to be called product actions. Product-actions.ts. And we're going to do use server at the top. And we got to make some imports. So the first thing we're going to import is action client. We've been using this in all of our server actions. Then we also going to import our product schema and our delete product schema. We're going to import revalidate path from next cache, and also DB, our Prisma database. All right, so we're going to do our add product first. So very similar to our previous server actions. So now we need to do an edit product, which is very similar. So I'm going to just paste the add product, and we're just going to switch it out. So edit product. That as well is going to be action client .schema, product schema, async, price, name, image, revenue. But instead of db product create, we're going to do it db product update. Okay. And we're also going to add in ID here as well, because when you use an update, you got to tell it where to update it. So let's get rid of all of that. Actually, let's paste that back, and we can actually keep the data there, but on top of data, we're just going to do where, and it's going to be ID, which is the ID we send over. We got to do a comma. And there we go. We can get rid of this console log. And we could do name has been dated. Okay. And now for our delete product. So let's paste the add product again and just switch it out. So this is going to be delete product. And then instead of product schema, we're going to do delete product schema there. And if you remember, our delete product schema is just an ID, so we can just get rid of all of this and just add our ID there. We can get rid of this console log, revalidate path, and then we could just do a return like that. Okay, so we got our add product, we got our edit product, and we got our delete product, our server action. Perfect. All right, so I say we start off with our add product modal. So if you head over to our team, actually not our team, our products. So this button here, once we click this, we want a modal pop up. And that way we can add our product with our image, our name, our price. So let's close out all of this. And we're going to create a folder inside of components. And I'm going to name this folder called and make it product. All right, and in here I'm going to create a file. It's going to be called add-product-modal.tsx. First things first, we're going to do a use client, do a const add product. So we are going to use a dialog because it's a modal, so we can actually import everything from our dialog UI folder. Right, and in here we're gonna have our dialog trigger, and it's going to be as child. And here we have our button. It's coming from our UI folder, and this is going to say add new product. All right. So since we're already, so we didn't export this yet. So let's go to export default add product. And then let's head over to our product page. And instead of having this button here like this is where we're gonna have our add product component like that. So right after this dialog trigger, this is where we're gonna have our dialog content. We have a dialog header, dialog title, and this is going to just say add new product. Okay. And we can also give a class name on this dialog content. Same thing we got as our other ones. We'll do SM max width 425 pixels. All right, let's give this a save and we can actually try this out now. All right, add a new product, and there we go. We got our modal. Perfect. All right, so underneath our header, this is where we're gonna have our form. Our form's coming from the UI folder. So make sure we gotta spread our form. So form. Oh, not format, form. And this way we gotta actually have the form, HTML form in here like that. It's gonna have a class name of space y4. Okay, so before we write anything inside of our form, we're actually going to do some stuff with our use form hook. I'm gonna do a cons form. It's going to equal use form and z.infer. So we got that, and as you can see, that form error went away. And now we can also add an on submit on our form. And for now, we're just going to do null. We might get an error for that because we don't have our on submit function yet. I want to start styling up our form first. So we're going to have a form field. We're going to do form.control. Do name, which is going to be image. And we got to do our render. So we did all of this already. So I'm just trying to speed through it. We did this multiple times in this project. And in here, we're going to have our form label. And it's going to say change image. Okay. This div is going to have a class name of flex. Small screens and up, we have a flex row. Flex col. Justify center. Item center. And then a gap of 10. Okay. So if the form get values, or if it's not form.get values image, we gotta do image. We're gonna do n. We're gonna return an image. So this is gonna be our fallback image here. We're gonna return an image, and we gotta do Next.js. And the source is going to be, I believe it's, fallback /fallback image.png. Okay. And then the width is going to be 120. Height is going to be 120. And then the alt is just going to say image. We could do image of product, I guess. I don't know. I don't know what the alt should be for a product image. For a fallback image. So I just put fallback image. All right, class name. We're gonna do a width full, a height of 125 pixels. Object contain. On max small screens, we're gonna do an MT of 3. BG third color. Small screens and up, we're gonna do a margin right of auto. And we can actually probably go to our register form and copy some of this stuff just to make it a little bit faster. I mean, our onboarding form, because we use the same exact thing in here as well. So but yeah, so with form.getValues image, and we got our upload drop zone, or in this case we're going to be using upload button. I guess it is a little bit different. Upload that. But yeah, we can copy all of this inside here. Go to add product, and then underneath here we can paste all of that. Okay, and we're just going to switch it up a bit. So this is going to stay the same. So our image dot get values image with 125, but we are going to have this same exact class name here. So let's copy this and paste that there. Instead of user image here, you just do product image. Okay. All right, so now instead of upload drop zone, we're going to do an upload button, and that is going to come from our API upload thing. So do not do upload thing / react, do upload thing / upload. Okay, and the endpoint is going to be image uploader. Get rid of that. Okay. All right, perfect. So let's go ahead. Let's create this state here first. And by default, it's just going to be false. So make sure you import use state as well. False. Okay. All right, perfect. So we got our drop button, our button here, and we also got our image there. And I believe we can still drop images in. Let me see. Let me just drop that image in there. Oh, nope, it didn't work. I guess you got to choose a file, as you can see, and hopefully this image change. Perfect. Nice. All right, cool. So before we continue on our form, we're actually going to create our on submit. It's going to be very similar to these as well. So if we want, we could just copy like this. It's going to be very similar to that. So right underneath this state here, and then this is going to be our add product server action. Okay, and then we also got to import toast as well. Toast from React hot toast, and those errors should go away. And now we can do our on submit. So cons. The only thing we're going to do in here is execute our values. Okay. Nice. Now down here we can add this on submit on our form. So on submit, we can head over to onboarding and just copy over one of the form field inputs. Actually, let's go to register form. I think that'll be easier. So right here, this form field will work. Just copy over this one. Copy, add product. And right underneath this form field, so we're going to have another one. And this one is going to be same thing, control, form.control, but instead of email, we're going to change it to name. And then change this to name as well. Form control, I think we got to import these, form control. We also got to import input. My UI form message. Okay. All right. So we got our name, input. The placeholder can just be product name. Product name. Type text. Okay. Take a look. All right. Nice. So we got our. That's where our product name goes. Now we need one for our revenue. Right underneath here, let's go and paste another one. And this is going to be name. This is going to be revenue. All right. And And form label, we can change it to revenue. We're going to do a type text, and placeholder can just be revenue. Okay. All right, and I believe there is two more, or one more. Actually, we need our price. After this, and do price. All right, and type can be text. Okay. Let's take a look. Nice. So product name, price, revenue. Okay. And now we need our buttons. So right after this, we're going to have a div with the class name of flex, justify end, and then a space x2. And here we're going to have our dialog close. And it's going to be as child. Our button. Variant. Going to be outline. And then we're also going to disable it as well once our image is uploading or if the status is executing. So equals, so we're going to do status triple equals to executing or image uploading. Okay. And it's going to be, this is going to be cancel. We can actually copy this dialog close and then paste it again. But this time, the type on this button is going to be type submit. And it won't have a variant. So we can get rid of that. And instead of cancel, it's going to be add product. Okay, so let's actually test this out. All right, so I'm gonna choose file, and I'm just gonna upload this picture, that picture there. As you can see, the button disabled while the image is uploading, which is good. I'm just gonna do hello revenue. I'm gonna do 1, 2, 3, 4 price 1, 2, 3, 4, and then add product. Oh, we're not even fetching the products yet. Okay, but let's check our database and see if it added. We didn't get the toast message, so I don't think. Okay, so yeah, we didn't get the toast. Let's see what's going on here. All right, so I had to restart my server and then it started working. So you guys may have to restart your server. And as you can see, I added the product and it's there. But I do want to fetch the data through our home page. I mean, through our product page. So let's head over to product page. So let's do a con session. Going to equal wait auth. That's going to be coming from our server auth. And then we're going to do if there's no session. We just want to redirect to login. I was thinking of another thing. All right, and then we're going to do a const products. That's going to equal wait db dot product dot find many. Okay, and we also got to import db from our server. And instead of product dummy data here, we're just going to do product. Oh my god, I forgot to uppercase the M. Product data. Okay. And we'll get a little TypeScript error there, but we're going to fix that once we head over to our data table. But for now, if we get us a refresh, we should see the product I added, which is right there. Nice. So let's try to add another one and just see if it updates. I'm going to use that image, test. The price, and then add. Perfect. All right, so now let's do our edit modal. That's going to be very similar to our add modal as well. So we can most likely just going to copy all of this over and just switch over up some things. So this is going to be edit product dash modal at tsx. Okay. And like I said, let's copy over this add modal here. And we're gonna paste that in there. Okay. And let's see what we're gonna change. All right. So I'm not worried about the imports yet, but we are gonna change this to edit product. And we are gonna take in props because we're gonna send over props from our columns. We're gonna send over an ID. We're gonna send over open. And we're also gonna send an on open change. Okay. So the reason why we're doing this is because if you remember, we added these action buttons, and these action buttons are located inside of our columns, .tsx for each page. So we want our modal to fire once we click this edit button. So we gotta, send over certain things via props for this to work. So let's wrap this up in brackets and define our type. So ID string. Open is a boolean, and on open change, that is a function that takes in open, which is a boolean, and it returns void. We're going to add ID here. So ID, which is ID. All right, make sure we add a comma. Still keep our product schema. Here we're going to do const execute status, but instead of add product, we're going to do edit product. Okay. Still keep all of that. Our on submit stays the same. Okay. Okay, so our dialog is going to be open. And that is when open is true. So open. Because open's a boolean, and then our on open change is going to be our on open change that we get from our props. All right, dialog title is going to be edit product. So we're just switching around everything. Save product. Okay. And we do have an error somewhere. Let's see where that error is at. I don't see it. Oh, it says it's down here. Oh, edit product. All right, perfect. So to get this to work, we got to head over to our columns and our product. First things first, we don't need this anymore. We don't need that because now we have Zod, z.infer, and that's going to be type of product schema. Okay. We don't need that no more. Oh, we got to import z from Zod. All right, so we got our name. We could change this to product name. Product name, like that. Product to row.original. And now let's set some state. So we're gonna do const edit modal. And now we're gonna grab our product ID. So right underneath here, actually, we're gonna do a const product ID. All right, so we're gonna check if there's a product ID first. We're gonna do if there's no product ID. We're just going to return. All right. All right, so down here, now we can add an on select here. On select. And this is going to be a function, and it's going to return set edit modal open to true. So let's return fragment. That. Okay. And here's where we're going to have a div. And this is going to have a class name of hidden. Right? And this is going to have our edit product. This is our edit product modal here. let's give that a save and let's see if this works. So edit, there we go, perfect. So now let's see if the changes we make to this. So I'm actually going to change the picture to Guilfoyle. And then just change the name to change the price, and then save product. And change has been updated. Perfect. Nice. Okay, so for our delete product modal, what you want to do, it's going to be very similar to the one that we have inside of our team. So if you go to our team car here, I believe we made one for, so it's going to be very similar to this one here. Actually, I believe it's the same thing. It's just a little bit different because we're going to send over props from our column, same way we did our edit. So what I want to do is actually, I'm going to copy over this, and you guys can go over to the GitHub description. The GitHub repository and just copy this over. So now let's head over to our columns, because now we need to add our edit. Actually, we can copy this. So still inside of that hidden div, just delete product, and we're sending over the ID, open, edit, modal open. Actually, we probably need to set some state for this one as well, because then they both would just open at the same time. So this is going to be delete modal open, set delete modal open. It's going to equal use state, and it's going to be false by default. And we also need to add our on select on here. All right. And then down here, this is going to be delete modal open, and then set delete modal open. Give that a save. Let's try this out. So delete. Yes. Perfect. Nice. So our CRUD operations are complete for our product. All right, so for our orders, it's going to be very similar to how we did our products. We're going to create the types first. Then we're going to do add a model in our Prisma. And then we're also going to do our 3 modals as well. So let's go ahead and do our types first. So head over to types, and then we're going to create a file, and this is going to be called order schema. Sorry, orders schema.ts. All right, and again, it's going to be very simple. Well, it's going to be a little bit different from our product page. All right, so now let's head over to Prisma, because now it's time to actually do our model. So underneath product here, so we're going to have model orders, and that's going to take an ID, which is a string. The same name, we're going to do at ID, at default, CUID. Then we also want to take in a customer name, which is a string. I'm going to take in an address, which is a string. I'm going to take in a total amount, which is an integer. I'm going to take in an order number, which is an integer. And then we also going to take in a date, which is date time. And then we're going to do a default for that, which is at now. Oh, sorry, now. All right. So that is our orders model. So let's go ahead and push that up to our database. I'm going to do, let me open up this other terminal. I'm going to do npx prisma db push. Give that a second. Let's go to our database. Yep, we got it. All right, so we got ID, customer name, address, total amount, order number, and date. Nice. I noticed inside of our product page, we are getting 2 errors. So let's get rid of this one. So we'll come back and fix this error towards the end. There might be a few TypeScript errors we got to go back and fix. So for now, let's just close out of that. And now what we're going to do is do our server actions for our order page. So we're going to head down to server, and then inside the actions folder, we're going to create a file, and that's going to be called orders action. All right. And first things first, we're going to use server at the top, and then we're going to import action client. We're going to import revalidate path. We're going to import our database, DB, and then last but not least, our two schemas. So we're going to do delete order schema and also order schema. All right. So let's go to products, and we're actually going to copy this add product schema here, orders, and then paste it there. And then we're just going to change the name. So add order. And then for the schema, we're going to do order schema. Oh, not order column, sorry. Order schema. And we're going to take in we can get rid of all of this here. We're going to take in a customer name. We'll take in an address. We're going to take in order number. We'll take in total amount. All right. And now we just need to do db.orders and just change all of this. So for the name, customer name, it's going to be customer name. For address, it's going to be address. To order number, going to be order number. And then total amount, it's going to be total amount. Okay. And then we can return a success. We could do something like order number $ bracket order number has been created. Okay. All right, so that is our add order. So now let's head back to products, and now we're going to take the delete order and just refactor some of this code. Paste that in there. Our schema. I'm going to do delete order schema. And all we got to do is just change this to orders. All right, and that's it. We got our two server action. We don't need one for edit because we're not going to edit any orders, but we're going to view an order, and we don't need a server action for that. So under where are we at, components, in here we're going to create a folder. I'm going to do orders. All right, and then here we're going to do add -order -modal.tsx. Okay, and like I said, I'm gonna copy over the one that I have, and you guys can do the same. Just head over to the GitHub repository and just copy that over. So we could actually head over to app, orders page, and we could add that button here. So add order like that. All right. So let me just show you guys right quick. 1, 2, 3 dev, order amount 1, 2, 3, 4, order number 1, 2, 3, 4, and then create order. The order has been created. Check our database, and they're all right here. But as you can see, we have the same order number for a bunch of these, and I believe there should only be one order number for each order. So we're actually going to head over to our actions, and we're going to add an if check to check and see if we have an existing order already. So we're going to do const existing order. That's going to equal await db dot orders dot find first. and we got to tell it where. So where is just going to be our order number. Okay. And now we do our if check. So if existing order, all we want to do is just return an error that says, let's do backticks, order number, order number is already taken, right? So now we got to head over to our add order modal, and instead of if data.data success, we actually want to go back and add our error one that we had. Let me copy that over here. All right, so we're going to copy this one in here. So we're checking to see if our data.data success, if so, we'll return our success data, our toast.success. And if we get that error, that's when we're going to do a toast.error. All right, so we can actually test this out. Okay, I already got the, let me refresh. All right, add new order, Antonio, 123 devway 1234. Order number, I'm gonna do 1234, and we should get that error. So order number already is taken. Okay. So now we should be able to change this to 1234. Well, we got to be 4 digits. So let's do 4321 and create. An order number has been created. Perfect. So now we need our delete one. But first, let's actually fetch our data on our onboarding, on our orders page. So head over to page, and we're going to do the same thing we did for the other pages. We're going to do a const session. It's going to equal await auth. Let me import that auth. And then we also want to do check and see if we have a session first. So if we don't have a session, we just want to redirect to login. All right. And then let's do const orders. That's going to equal await db.orders.find many. Oh, we gotta import db. db.orders.find many. Okay. And now instead of our orders dummy data here, this is where we're going to send over our orders like that. Give that a save, and we should get our orders. Let's refresh. And these are all the orders that we created. Perfect. All right. So now let's do our delete modal. It's going to be very similar to our product delete modal as well. So delete order modal .tsx. Okay. And very similar to our add product one. All right, so to get this to work, if you guys remember, we got to head over to columns, and in here we have to first, let's get rid of this, because now we can do a z.infer type of order schema. We can close that out. Okay. So yeah, well, we got our order number. We got our total amount. Let me just open it up here. App, orders, columns. Okay. So all that stays the same. Our date stays the same. Action. So here, this is where we're going to do the same thing we did in our product page. So let's head over to there, our columns, and we can actually copy all of this here. I'm gonna paste that in there. So instead of product, obviously this is going to be order, and then instead of product ID, we're gonna have order ID, and then order.id. We're going to still have our edit, or actually just we're going to change this to view. View modal open, and then edit set view. Oh my god. Set view modal open. All right, and let's go ahead and import use state from React. We're going to keep our delete modal open state there, and instead of product ID here, we're going to have order ID. And now we can actually do our modal. So same thing. So for this view order details, set view modal open to true. Okay. View modal open, set view modal open. Okay, and then for our drop down menu, our delete order, I'm going to do it on click. And this is also going to return set delete modal open to true. Okay, and now we need to do the same thing we did inside of our, we might got to do fragments. Yeah, let's do that. We have to do fragments because we're going to have a div right at the bottom of there. Fragments. Okay. And I'm going to do a div on open change, and that is our set delete modal open. Okay. So let's test this out. Delete. And yes, delete. Order has been deleted. Perfect. Delete. Order has been deleted. Nice. So now let's go and do our view order. So view dash order dash modal .tsx. All right, and this one's going to be a little bit different. All right, so let's make this a use client, and we're going to import everything from our dialog. We're going to import button from our UI folder. We're also going to import our order schema and Z from Zod, or Z, do Z from, I never get the auto import for this. And then we're also going to import for our format date util function that we made in the last episode, and also our format price. Right, and we made both of those utils inside the last episode. Okay, and then we're gonna do our return. All right, so for us to see the changes, let's just do a div for now, like that. That just says hi. All right, so inside of our columns, view order modal, and it takes in all of these props, paste that in there. So instead of order here, I think it just takes in the whole entire order like that. And then our open is going to be our view modal open, and here's our set view modal open. Okay, so we're going to return fragments first, and it's going to be a dialog, and we're going to add our open, which is going to be open, and we're also going to add our on open change, which is going to be our on open change that we get via props. So we're going to add a dialog trigger right after our dialog trigger here. So we're going to probably just get rid of the dialog trigger. And we got a dialog content with the class name with full, flex, flex cow, justify center, item center, and a gap of 8. Then we got our dialog header. And I believe our dialog content needs a closing tag. That's why we're getting that. Dialog content. All right. And then we got our dialog title, which is going to be our order number. And it's going to show the order number that we're viewing. And then below, we got our dialog description. It's going to say below are the order details. So right underneath our dialog header, this is where we're going to have a div with all of our order details. I'm going to paste that in there. So we got a div, class name space y2, and then we're going to have a p tag, which with a span, font bold, text primary, and a customer name, and it's going to show our order.customer name, so that specific order that we open. And then next is the same thing, so it's our customer address and order address. Next one is going to be our order date, and then we're doing order date as date, and we're using our format date util here. And next one is our order price. This should be price, order price there. And that's going to be our format price, so order.total amount. Okay, and now we need our dialog close. So right underneath this div, we're going to do a dialog close, and here we're going to have a button, and it's just going to say close. All right, and we can add a class name on this button of with full. And then we can also add as child and also a class name of with full as well there. All right. As you can see, we close in our dialog content here. So we actually want to close our dialog content right over top of our dialog right there. So now once we click view order details, as you can see, the rest of the order details are shown. So nice. So we got add new order, we got delete order, and we also got view order details. And then for our products, we have add new product, edit product, and also delete product. Okay. We also still have our filter by name, so I can do test. As you can see, it still filters by our name, and same with our order number. So now what I wanted to do is first let's change this to products before I forget. So head over to our orders page. I'm going to change the title to orders, and then showing all orders. Okay. All right, nice. So that is complete. So for our customer page, since we did the same thing for our products, since we did the same thing for our orders, I'm going to breeze through our customers. So for our customers, we're just going to have add new customer and delete customer. We're not going to have anything else, just add and delete. So first things first, if you guys remember, we're going to make a schema instead of our types. Like I said, we're going to breeze through this one because we already did this twice. So it should be second nature now. All right, so first our schema. So let's go ahead and paste this in there. We got our customer schema, ID string, which is also optional. We're going to have an image. We're going to have our name. We're also going to have our orders as well. And then we also got our export cons delete customer schema, just like we have for our other two as well. So, yep, we got this one. And now let's go ahead and close all this. Now we got to do our model for our Prisma customers. Be ID of string at ID at default, and then it's going to be CUID. I'm going to do a name, which is a string. We're going to do orders, which is an integer, and then image, which is a string. All right, and let's go ahead and push that to our database. Open up your terminal, and then we're going to type in npx prisma db push, and we got our customer schema model inside of our database, which is good. So let's go, like I said, let's go ahead and run through this right quick. So we did our customer schema already. Let's make our server action. Close out of that, close out of that. Inside of server action, and this is going to be customer actions.ts. All right, and like I said, it's going to be very similar to the rest of them. So let's go ahead and just copy this, paste that in there. So very similar to the rest of them, like I said. So we got a customer schema, name, image, orders. We're just creating an order, revalidating the path, and then return a success. And then down here is our delete one that we've been using. All right, so we got our action. And now we need to create our components. So we're going to create a folder instead of our components, and it's going to be called customers. So like I said, we're going to have an add customer modal .tsx. That's going to be very similar to our add product modal and our add order modal. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and paste that in there. And yeah, so this is same exact add modal that we've been using throughout the project. It's just refactored with customers. So, you know, for example, the button trigger, instead of it saying add new product, add new order, it's saying add new customer. So it's just refactor code. So if you guys just want to copy this over from the GitHub repository, because we did this a few times already. And then same with our delete modal as well. So we're going to file, so delete dash order modal, delete customer dash modal .tsx. All right, and again, this is very similar to our other delete modals. We can copy, and then we're going to paste that in there. And the same thing, we're just refactoring some of the code. It's taking the same 3 props that we've been using. So yeah, same exact delete modal. So we can close out of both of these. And the only thing we got to do now is head over to app, customers, and let's start out with the columns first. Actually, let's start with the page to make sure that we can add a new customer. So instead of this button here, we're going to add customer. Right? Add new customer. So add new customer. As you can see, it's the same exact thing. It's just a little bit different. We do have our fallback images in working. So let's go back and change that. Where are we at? Components, customers, and scroll down. So our fallback image is right here. So instead of user.svg, so this will all already be changed for you guys whenever you copy and paste it. We're going to do fallback image.png. That should switch that to that fallback image. All right, so let's actually test this out. Our button's disabled, which is good. Orders 1, 2, 3, 4, and now add customer. It looks like I do have to restart my server again. Okay, so yeah, we'll do that here in a second, but I know for a fact this should work. We'll test everything out. All right, so let's close out of that. So we're gonna add customer, and since we're here, let's actually fetch our data from our database. Let's do a const session equals await auth, and then also we're gonna check if the session, there's no session, it's going to redirect to login. All right, and we're gonna grab our customers from our database. So const customers equals await db customers find many. Okay. All right, and instead of data there, we're gonna do customers. So let's go ahead and add new customer, and let's see if it adds to our table. We're getting confused, and they did 123 orders. Add new customer. Perfect. All right, nice. So, like I said, we're just gonna have delete customer. We're not gonna have an edit customer. But if you wanted to add an edit customer, all you have to do is do the same thing we did inside of our product. But in this case, we're just gonna have delete. So head over to columns now. Get rid of those types because we got Zod now. So we do Z from Zod. Infer type of customer schema. All right. And same thing, we got a name, we got orders, we got our image, all of that is staying the same. Only thing different is our actions below, which is going to be very similar to the ones before. So we got our, we got to import use state. All right, so we got our delete customer modal open. We got our set delete customer modal. We probably should change these. Let's just do open delete modal and then set open delete modal. Right, and then we're grabbing our customers with the role.original. Then we're grabbing our customer ID with customers.id. Then we're returning if there's no customer ID. All right, and same thing. So the only one we can remove this edit one here. We're just gonna have delete, and we just do a on click. And what this is going to do is just set our open delete modal to true. Right, and then same as before, we're gonna have a div that's hidden, and that's going to hold our delete modal. And then we're gonna send over the props, but we also got to do a fragment. Close out of that. Okay, nice. And then we're just sending over our open and open change. So with that, give this a second. All right, perfect. So let's delete a customer, and yes, delete. And now the customer has been deleted. Perfect. All right, so we got our CRUD operations for customers, orders, and products. So the only thing left that I would like to do is, I don't know if we did this already. Let's check. So we have to fetch our data on these, on our home page here. Because you can see we still got this dummy data. So that's very easy. And then we have to fix some of these TypeScript errors. As you can see, I don't know if the error is still in here. So this one is good. I believe we have one. Oh, that's probably why. Let's get rid of. We're not fetching this no more. We can comment that out. So that got rid of that error. I believe we do have one on products. I don't know if it went away. So we do have one here. So yeah, just make sure we're error free. And then I believe we're done. If I missed anything, I'm gonna try not to miss nothing, but oh yeah, there is one thing that I noticed inside of our, so let's just close out all of this. So inside of component authenticate, and I believe is our login form, we have a button that says register instead of login. So change this to login. All right, so that was one thing I noticed. And yeah, so let's go ahead and fetch the data on our dashboard page and fix that one TypeScript error that we got, and then we should be all set to end this video. So these are filtered by the most orders that a customer has, and this is the most revenue. So if you remember, we don't have anything in our database, so let's just create like 2 products. Okay, all right, so customers as well. Let's just create 2 customers right quick. So now let's head over to our code, and now we have to head over to our page. So app page, and I believe this is where we send it over the data. Oh, yeah, mock API. Okay. So we can actually comment this out now. We don't need that. We don't need this get customers. I'm glad we got our session there. So now what we're going to do is we could grab the customers and the products. So here we can do const customers. It's going to equal await db dot, oh, we got to import that, db dot customers dot find many. Okay. And then same for our products. So paste that there and just change this to products. And then products. Okay. Product, is it product? Okay, product. All right. And now for our top customers. So this is cool, but we're going to do customers.sort. And we did all of this in the last episode. And we also are going to do products as well. So we can just actually copy this and just change this to top products. Right? And then change this to products. B dot revenue. B dot revenue. And A dot revenue. Okay. All right, perfect. So now we can head down to our top products. I'm going to send over the data. Top products. So we didn't accept this prop yet in this one, but for our top customers, we already expecting data. So we could just send over the top customers as well. We will get an error, but we're going to go fix that here in a second. Let's see if it works for our top customers. Over to dashboard. And yep, so we got our 2 top customers there. Okay, so let's head over to our top customers component. And we're going to switch up some of this stuff here. So we don't need this top customer props here. And we can actually change this to top. Let's do top customer types. Okay. And what we can do now is we can do our z.infer type of customer schema and then close out the. That's the good thing about Zod is you can have form validation and you can have your types. All right, so scrolling down, we can now use our top customer types, and that's going to be an array like that. Since it says data don't exist, what we can do is something like brackets data is top customer types, and that's an array. That should get rid of that. I believe that's everything we need to do in here. Let's head over to page, and we got some errors here still. First things first, we don't need this customers there. And then we're also getting an error for data. We got ID, name, orders. So we don't need email there. I think that's why that's happening. There, we don't need email. Okay, so that is our top customers. So we should be done with that. And that's showing the top. So once you add more, it's going to show 2 more there, or 3 more, I believe. And now let's head over to our top products. We can actually comment that out there. And then what we can do here, let's do an export type product. That's going to equal z.infer type of product schema. Product schema. Okay. I should import z like that. And now here we can also do our z.infer type of product schema. Make sure you close it out. All right, so all of this stays the same. It just down here is going to be a little bit different because now we're going to make accepting that data prop, so we can get rid of that. Okay, and then our data down here is going to just be data. like that. Okay. Let's see if it shows up now. Let's give this a refresh. Yep, nice. So it's showing our top products with our highest revenue. We're still getting an error here. Let's see. Okay, so to get rid of that error, this is what I had to come up with. So instead of just doing data top products, we're going to do top products.map, and we're taking in a product, and then we're doing a spread operator. We're spreading out our product, and then also our image, which could also be an empty string. So I believe this took away the error, and everything seems to still work. And I also did it inside of our product page as well, because we was also getting that same exact error. So yeah, everything still seems to work perfectly. So yeah, instead of our product page, make sure you add this here as well for the data, and everything still should work. But instead of top product data, we're going to do product data here. All right, perfect. Okay, so we got a few things going on with our modals that we got to fix. So one of them being is, as you can see, I just added a product without an image. So we want to make the image mandatory. You have to upload an image before submitting. And also our form isn't resetting. So first thing we're going to do is inside of our server action, this one line of code should take care of that image problem. And what we're going to do is just do if image.trim. All we're going to do is just return an error saying image is required. And we can also add this to our edit one as well. Okay, so let's see if this works now. I believe it's still going to close because we got that dialog close on our add product button. Okay, so it did it. Perfect. So we're getting that error. So we got to add that toast to show. So see, it's not adding perfectly. Perfect. And let's make sure the edit one works. As you can see, the edit one still closes. Let's fill out a name, fill out this. And that's because we have that dialog close on those. So we're going to fix that as well. So let's head over to add product. And what we're going to do here is, first thing we're going to import is useRef. Or useRef. And that's going to come from React. All right. And now down here under our toast success, what we can do is we can do a form dot reset. So this is a built-in method from React Hook form. We can do just name this dialog close ref. That's going to equal useRef. And by default, it's going to be null. We might get an error for this, so let's do just a type. So it's going to be to HTML button element. Okay. And now down here, we can use that. So we're going to do dialog close ref. And we could do dot current dot click. Okay. Okay, and now we can do our else if. So let's do, I believe it's there. So let's do an else if our data dot error. This is where we're going to return that toast dot error, and it's just going to show our data dot error. Okay. So now let's see if this works. So add new product. Oh wait, first we gotta add this little hidden button at the bottom. So first, what you want to do is remove dialog close from this submit button. So we don't want dialog close there. We want to create a button underneath this. So dialog close. This is the only way I figured out how to get this to work. It took me a while. I was getting so frustrated. So we're gonna have a button in here. And in here it's just going to, you could just say hidden close. You don't even, so because we're not gonna even see this button. All right. And for dialog close, you could just do as child as well. And then for the button, we can do type, and then we're going to do a class name of hidden. All right. And now what we're going to do is we're going to add a ref here. Ref is going to be our dialog close ref. All right. So I believe that is it. Let's see if this works. All right, so I'm gonna add a product name, which is a shirt. Revenue is going to be 1, 2, 3, 4. Price 1, 2, 3, 4. So I'm not gonna add an image. Hopefully we get that toast. So image is required. Perfect. So now let's add an image and add product. All right, nice. Now let's see if our form resets, and it does. Nice. So we need to do this exact same thing for our edit one, and also our add customer and orders, I believe. So let's copy this because we're gonna need to do this in there as well. And so I believe we're done with this. Let's go to edit. So again, we're gonna remove this dialog close that's wrapping this submit button. And then we're gonna add that hidden one at the bottom there like that. But now we need to add use ref. Let's import that. Import use ref from React. All right, and I'm just going to copy some of this stuff because we just did it. So cons. So right here, just add that, the const dialog close. And same thing, so we're doing data.data.success. So we want to do a form.reset. And also our dialog close ref .current .click. Okay, and you can add a question mark there. And also let's do our else if data.data.error. That's when we're going to return that toast.error. Toast.error. And it's going to show our data.data.error. Okay. All right, let's see. Edit product. First, let's just see. So, okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. A product. Image is required. Nice. And now let's change this image to an image of an avatar. Make sure everything is working. Buttons are disabled once the image is uploading. And now we can save product. All right, let's see if we edit. It resets. Nice. All right, so our product ones are perfect. Let's head over to our order one now. All right, so same thing in our order one. So I'm just going to go ahead and just breeze through this. So we're going to import use ref from React. Then we're going to add that dialog close. And all of this can stay the same. It's just under here, what we're going to do is do our form.reset. And also our dialog close.ref. Dialog close.current. .click. Okay. And then underneath here, we're going to add our button. Okay. Let's test this out. So Antonio, first let's see, make sure we get our errors. Nice. All right, and 1, 2, 3 dev way, total amount 1, 2, 3, 4, order 1, 2, 3, 4, and create order. Nice. And a form resets. Perfect. Love when stuff work out. And let's see, view order still works, and delete still works. Nice. All right, let's head over to customers now. And I believe the only one we got to do here is our add new customer. We got to make sure we add that image here. Oh, we get an error here. Let's see, where's that error? Oh, it's possibly null. So we got to make sure we add a question mark there. That should get rid of that. Customer actions. And we're going to add this image here. Already got it here. Just going to uncomment that out. And that should be it for that. So we can close out of that now. And we're gonna do the same thing we did before. So go down here, let's remove this dialog close under our submit button. Add that hidden button here. Uncomment that out. And then we need to add use ref. Import use ref. Use ref from React. My computer's going so slow. From React. Alright, and I'm just going to copy over this use action that I got here. Actually, I could just type it out. Let me not be lazy. Alright. And then right here, do our dialog close. So here, underneath the success, we're going to do a form.reset. Then we're going to do our dialog close. Close ref. Did we? Oh, I'll put it inside here. Goes out there. Dialog close ref. Dot current. Make sure you add the question mark because it could be null. And then we're going to do dot click. Alright. And then we need our else if. Data.error. So we're going to do that toast again. Toast.error. Data.error. Nice. Alright, use ref. Oh, we gotta put brackets around here. Okay, so this last part is optional. So whenever I was doing my chassis and charts, I kind of did the colors wrong. So I hard coded the colors in my components because this is my first time using chassis and charts, and I was getting like a glitch to where like my theme wasn't picking up the colors. So if you head over to like radar chart, as you can see, we got these colors hard coded in, but inside, let's see, charts. And then as you can see, it, we could click blue there, and like, so we use this bar chart here. And as you can see, they're using this HCL var chart, and this is coming from our CSS file, which is, where is it? Inside of our app, global CSS file here. So I figured out how to fix this. So what we have to do is we have to get rid of this layer base there. And for these charts, so what I like to do, we go to theme, and what I'm going to do is just copy these charts here. So this chart, and then I'm going to paste it underneath this theme like that. So that is the light one. And then here is the dark one. So now our color should work, instead of, we don't have to hard code it in. So instead, let's head over to bar chart here. And in bar chart, let's view this code. As you can see, they use HSL var chart 1. And now I can paste that in here instead of hard coding the colors in. And then here was HCL bar chart, HSL bar chart 2. And I can paste that in there now, and I believe that is it. So let's save that, and now our bar chart should still be the same. So very optional. So as you can see, the color's working now. So you don't have to do this, but I just want you guys to know the right way to do it, and not, you don't have to hard code the colors in. So same for this one here. So all you have to do is just find, you know, the chart that we use and just copy over that HSL styling. So yeah, that's really it. If you guys want to do that, you can, or you could just keep this in. It really doesn't matter. It still works. So yeah, I believe that is it for this project. This is a long one, I'm not gonna lie. Hopefully you guys enjoyed that video. If I missed anything, please either message me on Discord, LinkedIn, anything, and then I'll be glad to help you. It happens all the time. I'm just a one-man army, so with these full stack projects, you're bound to miss one thing. So if I missed anything, if I forgot to do an error or anything, just message me and then I'll help you through it. So yeah, you guys have a good day, and I will see you guys next video. Peace.